how many boats?
Hello. 8th Annual Congressional Cup. I'm Tucker Thompson, along with Robbie McCutcheon and Marilyn Cassidy, and we're races that came to this race. And Marilyn, who have we got?
We've got Chris Weiss in boat 7, Harry Price in boat 8, Eric Monin in boat 9, and local.
And bragging rights. Mentally from match racing.
Start line and the same course, so. We'll have to change, like you said, and I'm sure they'll make the adjustments to make sure they get around the track.
And we've got Long Beach Yacht Club's rear Commodore Lisa Meyer, and Lisa aboard.
Well, they can replace some of the crew they had on board. With umpires to learn even more about the rules and the flags.
Terrific, Lisa. Thank you very much. And perfect timing. 1 minute to go, guys, to the start as the fleet heads towards the line. A little bit bigger starting line, obviously. Instead of 2 boats, we now have 6. And we've got about 40 seconds to go.
Yeah, most of the boats there just lined up in the middle of the track. It looks like they want to head out to that left-hand side, which in this light breeze, it looks like the most pressure's out that way.
And Marilyn, our local expert, do you agree?
Strongly agree. We'd all been thinking about the left this morning as we were setting up for the race, and I think it still looks really strong.
Well, the strongest boat to left of the fleet is Yanni Bernsen, that orange crew gear you can see from this overhead shot, putting his bow down towards the line. He's pushed one boat, to my eye, over early. The rest of them are shuffling in towards the right-hand end of the line. Very light air, very slow, but time on distance nonetheless quite crucial. And I do think one boat looks like they're close to being over.
And that's boat 10, Dave Hood, is just above a couple of folks and maybe trying to figure out a way to get back down right now.
Well, there's the gun. Yes, boat 10 was over early. He's going to have to come back. Yanni Bernsen wins the pin convincingly. Nice job. Now he can just put the bow down and rumble while Dave Hood clears himself. Boat 9 is getting a bit of gas from Dave Hood, but that'll quickly go by. I guess Eric Monin. And there was a protest flag. The umpires are they going to follow the fleet race all the way around? We have umpired fleet racing now. 2 boats have tacked out. Dave Hood finally restarting.
Between boat 9 and boat 10. Windward judgment was that boat 10 broke 11.
Oh, no.
So poor Dave, not only was he over early, he actually had drawn a penalty in that start, a windward-leeward incident with Monin.
That was Monin. So boat 9 protested boat 10 for rule 11. Is that right?
Yeah, I think so. Well, I don't know if the math adds up, but just about.
And again, this is a fleet race, not a match race. This is not the finals of the Congressional Cup. It's a traditional fleet race from for the bottom 6 teams. One of them will win. All of them, when they finish, will then go on to spectator boats with Long Beach Yacht Club members to watch the top 4 this afternoon, right when this race is over, for the finals and petite finals, 1st and 2nd and 3rd and 4th here in the 58th Congressional Cup. What do you like so far?
Yeah, I'm liking Yanni Bernsen out there left-hand side, as well as Harry Price rather out that right. So, it seems like both the edges are working. the boats in the middle don't have much breeze and going pretty slow.
This is definitely a lighter breeze race than some of what we've seen this week. And so I think minimizing maneuvers is one of the things I'd be pretty focused on if I were out there.
Good point. Breeze expected to pick up this afternoon for the Con Cup Finals?
Yeah, it looks like we should have a building sea breeze all day, so stay tuned.
Nice. We'll saving the best for last. And welcome to the crowd on the Belmont Pier, all the Long Beach Yacht Club members and volunteers who help run the Congressional Cup. The spectator fleet, which is out in full force this afternoon. Beautiful sunny Long Beach weather. Robbie, I know this is your first time in Long Beach, and based on what you see, you're not going to leave, are you?
No, it's been a fantastic week and a half, and yeah, I've really enjoyed myself. But unfortunately, I do have that flight out tomorrow, and yeah, I definitely will be back.
We hope so. We've enjoyed having you. Lisa.
You know, you mentioned spectators, and they're always wonderful to have them out here. We're delighted today to have Vice Mayor Cindy Allen on the pier with us today.
Hey.
And her field rep, Mimi. You can see them waving their hands and screaming. They're very excited. They haven't really watched a lot of sailboat racing, but they're delighted that this is their city and to see that our front yard is being used.
What a front yard it is, too. The sailors love coming here to Long Beach. This has got to be the best regatta. Not only is it the grandfather of all match racing events, open events in the world, but just one of the best regattas you could possibly go to, the way it runs so well, and the venue is so perfect. I mean, we're out over the water, literally on the race course here off the Belmont Pier. Doesn't get much better.
Yeah, it's not often you get 5 days of full days of racing. So, not just match racing, also fleet racing, and it's just a testament to everyone that's involved and the great regatta that they put on.
Now, I know these 6 teams are a little frustrated that they're not in the finals in the top 4 for the Congressional Cup, but there's some bragging rights at stake here. They still want to win, considering how good the competition is here. Bragging rights.
Well, and I think there's a little bit of money on the line as well. Is that right?
Yeah. Total cash prize for the 58th Congressional Cup is $75,000. Winner takes home $20,000.
Tucker, you know that prize money comes from our sponsors. This race could not be run, this regatta could not be run without our sponsors of this regatta. You see them all certainly on the spinnakers, which you'll see coming downwind. So the racers right now are going upwind. When they come downwind, you will see the big, pretty, colorful sails, and those are called spinnakers. That's for some of my friends who are out here today who have not been watching racing for very long.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned the sponsors, Lisa. It's a good time to thank them while the fleet race heads upwind. Huge thanks to Farmers and Merchants Bank, Cabrillo Boat Shop, Morgan Stanley, the Shadden Group, ProScape Landscaping, Long Beach Sailing Foundation, The Grand, Stella Artois, Seven Angels Cellars, the Port of Long Beach, of course, Kirk Medical Brain Tumor Center, Long Beach Visitors Bureau and Convention Bureau, Bonelli Logistics, Block Wellness, and of course, Mount Gay Rum. Always good to sample the sponsored product every now and then.
If I'm not mistaken, Tucker, you did sample the Block Wellness massage this morning.
Yes,
is that correct?
I did. I had to lie and say I was a competitor. No, I'm just kidding. That is one of the coolest things. I mean, if I had a list of what the coolest things are at the Congressional Cup, I wouldn't have time in our broadcast to finish all of them that are in that list. But getting a massage before work is definitely one of them. That doesn't happen to me at home, I can assure you. It's pretty cool. They do a great job. Okay, so you guys know when you watch, like a football game here in the U.S. and the camera goes to the crowd. Well, we're going to do that now. This will be fun. On the Belmont Pier, we want to hear you guys. Make some noise, wave. You're on TV. It looks like they're having more fun than we are. You know that?
It looks like they're checking out some of those sponsor beverages as well.
Yeah. Look at that. Yeah. Do you guys know you're on camera? Look at the Mount Gay hats. That's pretty cool. Did you get your Mount Gay hat this week?
Not yet.
You know, did you get one?
Nope.
Oh, man, we're on the last on the list.
We don't want to cover up those beautiful faces of our announcers.
No. Mount Gay always does a limited edition hat, so there's There's just barely never enough, which makes it in high demand. But it's cool to have a Congressional Cup version. Very long upwind leg, and these boats are spread all the way across the track. Berntsen won the pin. Where is he now? Oh, yeah, way out in the lead, right in the center there. You can see him way in the background behind Bork's boat. Bork, number 2, is one of your Con Cup finalists. He's just waiting, just like we are, to start the finals.
Some of the boats way out on the right, though, have gotten into a little bit of fresh pressure, so it'll be interesting to see where they come out against Yanni and the boats that had picked the pin in the left.
That is a good point. Our local representative, Dave Hood, has gone all the way to the left. That could be a 0 or hero move, all or nothing. Then we've got Eric Monin to leeward of him from Switzerland. And who's next? Yanni Berntsen from Sweden, punched out in the middle. And we're looking at the fleet from the right-hand side in this aerial footage. That's number 8, I believe. Harry Price from Australia on starboard with some of that right-hand pressure, Marilyn, that you were just referring to. And then who's that all the way out to the farthest right? We can't see from here. They're so far out there. What do you think, Mary? It's either Weiss and Thompson. Weiss, Chris Weiss, USA's Chris Weiss, and Megan Thompson, all out to the far right. And here is Harry Price, looking good in that right-hand pressure, crossing.
Pretty close cross on Megan, though. It does look like with that pressure out there, they've got the boats moving a little bit.
Good. We're going to pick the pace up here in the fleet race.
It's also important to note there, Tucker, for all the spectators, that these guys have done fleet racing before, and mostly in their junior years, but as well as doing on high-level circuits around the world in the fleet racing. So they're no stranger to it, although they do the highest level of match racing possible. They still do some fleet racing, which is cool to see.
Here comes John Sangmeister's Gladstone's powerboat. Good to have you guys out here. He's behind a push to get match racing back in the Olympics. That'd be kind of cool. Aren't the
Here's my
Olympics
vote.
coming here? 2028, right here they'll be sailed. How cool is that? Maybe we'll be back. You'll probably still be here. So we're approaching the top of the track. Yanni Berntsen won the pin, got that left-hand pressure, and then tacked and took it all the way across to the right where those top 3 boats there on starboard. Yanni Berntsen he's the one boat there in the background of that shot on port with the orange crew gear. That's your top 4 as far as I can tell. Port roundings, not starboard like we've seen all week in match racing.
It can be a little hard to recalibrate your thinking from day to day, too. So luckily, we're leaving it to the professionals in this case.
God forbid they leave it to us. Mary, you've got the binoculars out. Who do you see out in front there on starboard approaching mark number 1? I believe that's... Is that 8? Is that Harry Price?
Yes.
Harry Price, all right. Price is very well known by everybody here on the Belmont Pier. A few years ago, he took home a piece of that pier that happened to fall on his boat when he got a little bit too close. So we've nicknamed the right-hand corner Price Point. And now we have an exclusion zone with buoys so that the boats are held off the pier just a little bit, but close enough. So close that the spectators can still look straight down into the cockpits of the teams. Great overhead shot there. Your top 4 boats led by Harry Price into mark number 1.
And it looks like in second we've got Megan Thompson following Harry Price around, and then Yanni Berntsen taking third at this first weather mark.
So here it is, number 8, Harry Price. Australia out in first, New Zealand just behind, Sweden in third. So we head downwind, the Grand Spinnaker, first place.
Talking to the Aussies this morning at breakfast, Tucker, they were pretty keen to win this race, just get that cash prize. So it's good to see that they're putting their money where their mouth is.
Maybe they can win enough to cover their bar tab
Yeah.
on 2nd Street.
Yeah, I doubt it would be going for the funding for the team. It would be being spent at Long Beach Yacht Club afterwards.
2nd place, number 1, Megan Thompson. Her first Congressional Cup from New Zealand. Wouldn't it be cool if Megan passes Harry and wins this whole thing?
I'm sure she'll be looking to. Looking around too, maybe see a jibe from her. Try out the right-hand side of the course. That had worked pretty well for her on the first beat.
All right. 4 more boats still going upwind behind them. Looking to get to the top mark.
Marilyn, a question for you. Is there much tide in play in Long Beach here?
Hardly any at all. There's a little bit of current that comes down the coast and runs from the right-hand side of the course to the left, but it's never more than about like a half a knot, maybe a knot on a crazy day, so not much to speak of.
Right.
You know, when sailing is windy, it's a bit like an ice hockey match. And when sailing is light and slow like this, it's kind of like a golf tournament. So I think we should just whisper through the next maneuver here. Good looking shot there on this second run. Harry Price has got a good lie.
Have you ever commentated golf?
No. I'm horrible at golf. Looks like basically an 8-iron from there into the leeward gate.
I guess sticking with the golf, Harry Price might be about to sail into a bit of a sand trap here. It's a little
looks
light
like a
right in front of
metaphor.
him.
I like that. All of them are in a water hazard.
That's all I know about golf.
Looks like Harry Price is getting into some new breeze and getting wound up a little bit. Maybe a right-hander, which is just about what he wants when he's setting up to jibe soon. And head for the green. Dave Hood finally around. This is that kind of breeze where the last place boat could do a jibe and end around. You know, everybody seen it. Speaking of end around, I have seen in Ed Bayard's, who's a famous America's Cup sailor and member of Long Beach Yacht Club, he, in the last race in light air like this in his 2004, sailed around, all the way around his competition to win, and we have him as a guest this afternoon. Ed Bayard, our special VIP guest, Congressional Cup winner and America's Cup winner, so that's going to be quite special. But it was conditions like this when he won. One boat is jibed, just outside of the frame there to the far right. He's skipping the fairway. He's going straight over the trees.
And that's Eric Monin, who had won the Junior Congressional Cup last night with Jack Snow, so maybe on a bit of a roll here.
Could be. He's definitely on the wrong jibe at this point, from the way it looks like he's pointing away from the leeward gate. But when he jibes, if there's a bit of pressure, he might have a good run into it. Meanwhile, Harry Price continuing to lead the fleet out to the left downwind as we look upwind. If you're out here on the Belmont Pier in Long Beach, thanks for joining us. If you're not, call your friends and tell them to come down here this afternoon for the finals of the 58th Congressional Cup. If you're joining us online, or if you have friends that aren't in town, tell them to go onto YouTube, Facebook, thecongressionalcup.com, and log in to watch live racing and the conclusion of the 58th Congressional Cup. Eric Monin just rolling the dice out there to the far right. Lisa, welcome back.
Thank you. We have some special guests with us. See that great, very pretty spinnaker out there that says 7A on it? That's
Oh, yeah.
Seven Angels Wine right there in the shot. And we've got Greg and Pam Martin here, owners of Seven Angels.
Great to
And
have
we
you
are
guys,
thrilled
yeah.
that they're here and thank them very much. What do you think of this year's regatta? You've been a sponsor for a long time.
Well, we're just blessed to be out here on such a great day, and we've got the wonderful announcement and your work in the Con Cup is unparalleled, and it's what can I say? It's a wonderful day out here.
It's all about the wine. All about the wine.
And Pam has something special for you.
Oh, you're kidding. Look at that. 2016's Infidel. That is fantastic. Thank you, guys. This looks so good it might not make it off the pier. No, this is very
We're
special.
looking forward to some great racing today. We are looking at some really good talent this year, really good talent, and the fun is all just about to begin.
Thank you both for being down here.
Yeah,
this
thank
is
you
wonderful.
guys very
and
much.
again, thank you
the
for
wine
that.
is terrific, as you already
We'll
know.
be watching that spinnaker to see how they do. Thank you.
That's very cool. Keep them coming, Lisa. We love it. We love all the guests. Particularly bringing gifts, Seven Angels. That's terrific.
And I believe you guys both all ask for something. And what are you now receiving?
Yes, the official Mount Gay Rum Congressional Cup 2023 edition hat. Thank you very much. This
These
is
look
very-
really sharp.
You know-
Thanks, Lisa.
You know what? I mean, let's just keep this rolling. What else can? No, Lisa, thank you. That's great. Thanks to all the sponsors who support the Congressional Cup. We couldn't do it without you, for sure. And just while we're watching, most of the fleet has jibed, albeit slowly, onto port to the left-hand side. 5 of the 6 teams are out to the far left, all of them now having jibed onto port. One team has split all the way to the right. You can see them off the oil island, top of the screen there on starboard. That's Eric Monin, right?
Yeah, Eric rolling the dice out the right-hand side as we look at upwind. And
This could be
it's
huge.
yeah, it seems like it's paying dividends for him.
You see him way up there on the top of the screen. And this is what we call an end around in sailing, right? So he rounds in last. He just rolls. He's not going to follow the other boats. So he says, okay, I'll just jibe into Nowhereville. It looked horrible initially, but you've always been calling righties, you know, as the Seabreeze builds here in Long Beach, Maryland. And he's got some pressure from the right-hand side, even though it's more of a left angle, which is even better. Meanwhile, these 6 teams you can see on the screen here who have jibed onto port, struggling to maintain full speed. We might have a massive lead change. Look at him in the background there.
He really looks to have some pace, doesn't he?
And he's pointing closer to the leeward marks, which are just on the far right of your screen. You can just barely see them.
That'd be a pretty cool move. I'm excited
Right?
about it.
Now, whether he meant to do it or whether it's total luck, he'll take it.
And sometimes when you're trailing, you know, what's the harm in giving it a shot, right?
Yep, there he is, Eric Monin, Long Beach Sailing Foundation spinnaker.
You can just see the difference in pressure between the spinnakers as well. That's a dead giveaway that Eric's in more pressure and carrying it down.
Well, he's got more speed, more pressure, spinnaker's fuller, and he's pointed straight at the leeward gates. Everyone else is going to have to jibe at least one more time. And as you know, Marilyn, a fleet tends to slow each other down, the snow fence effect. When they're all bunched up like these 4 or 5 boats are, that slows them down a little bit, while meanwhile, Monin here is just all by himself.
Eric's out on his own. He's got the right idea. He's making hay while he can, right?
It's one of the few times in sailboat racing where you'd prefer to be behind everybody initially, because they all got enticed to go what we now know was the wrong way downwind. Looked good initially, but when you don't want to maneuver much in this light air too, right? So Harry Price just went straight, and that's logically what you would do, and the rest of the fleet followed suit. But here comes Monin.
Looks like some of the other boats are starting to get into the pressure that Monin's been in too. So this might be a tight one.
Well, also in light air, as you know, when the breeze starts to fill, the trailing boats get it first, so it can compress the fleet. and effectively start the race over again if the trailing boats catch up to the lead boats. But no one so far has caught them on. And look at that, is an end around the entire fleet, from the outhouse to the penthouse, from zero to hero, from chump to champ. Morning. There you can see the boats behind him just, jibing to keep clear of each other's air, maneuvering more, slowing each other down.
And it sounds like we have a change from the race committee. Can anyone see the flags?
Mary's got the binoculars. Change to a green mark. Okay, hopefully that mark's a little shorter on the race course too. And is it what, farther? Where is it, Mary?
It looks a little bit closer, but on a similar wind direction from what I can see.
It's not green, sorry.
No, it's a yellow mark, isn't it?
No, it's a slate.
All right, stand by. So the course has been shortened a little bit just to speed the race up. At way in the background out there is Monin Rounds here in the foreground. Way in the background is Yanni Berntsen. Remember, he won the start. He was in first place for a little while. Number one, who's that? That is an awkwardly slow-looking rounding.
Number 1 is Megan Thompson.
Okay, sorry, Megan, but she just sorted it out, right? The spinnaker was stuck on the hank for the jib height. It was going up the rig now.
Well, she does have a new bow person today, so they might be working through some crew dynamics.
Well, all of her crew were new, right? She didn't even expect to qualify this week, and she did, so she had to pick up local crew here in Long Beach. Well, she's now in second place.
yeah,
So that's
something's working.
Yeah. Well, you know what's impressive about Megan? She was in second place at the top mark rounding when all 5 of the top boats went the wrong way. Eric Monin passes in first, and she still managed to hang on to second at the bottom of the track, coming from the disadvantaged side of the course. So that's impressive. And then we've got 3 boats heading to the left and 3 more heading to the right. What do you make of it?
Yeah, it's a bit of a split there from the teams, but I think Eric Monin chose that gate perfectly. He's hit out into that breeze that Yanni got on the first upwind. So, yeah, I expect Eric to continue this lead and carry it forward. But big splits on the course.
Which side do you like?
Left-hand side.
Right now, I'd definitely say that there's a bit more pressure on the left-hand side, and Eric's sailed out over to it and tacked right into what looks to be a pretty nice breeze line.
That horn is the committee signaling the change on the race course here. So they have to go back up to the new windward mark, shorter windward mark. Oh, good. Lisa, we have another sponsor.
Yes, very happy to introduce Dave Fender. He's owner of Proscape Landscaping here in the great city of Long Beach as well. Thank you, and you are a return sponsor. So tell us what you're thinking about this year's races, and also about a little bit about Proscape Landscaping.
Well, thank you, Lisa. I'm really excited to be here. This is such a great event for the city of Long Beach, for Long Beach Yacht Club, and all these wonderful international teams that are competing here. It's just been a great week of sailing. Super excited to be in here. We've been in Long Beach for 40 years now, providing landscape services, and really it's a great city, and couldn't be happier to be in attendance.
So I know that most of the time you spend on the turf, but I know you spend a lot of time on the surf as well, Dave. Tell us about your boating
good.
experience.
Well, this is true. I probably spend too much time on the water. I should spend more time at work, but that's okay. Been boating my whole life, and surfing and diving and fishing out of this wonderful Long Beach harbor, and it's just what a great place to grow up and great place to live.
Thanks, Dave. We sure appreciate your sponsoring, and you'll actually see the Proscape Landscape Spinnaker in the finals and petite finals coming down the race course. So when you see Dave, thank him.
Dave,
thank
you very much. This is terrific. Keep them coming, Lisa.
I actually got to meet Dave last weekend. We watched Ficker Cup together.
Oh,
it
nice.
was quite a nice event, as Robbie well knows.
We're glad.
Dave didn't bring you a little 1x1 piece of grass, did he?
I was thinking of how can we up the ante here in the sponsor gift department? Milk it. Now the fleet is spread way out across this course again. All of them heading back upwind. You can see them there. Far right of screen is 3 of them. That's on the left of the race course if we're reversing that shot, looking upwind, looking into the wind. And then there's 3 more that have gone out to the right, which is on the left of your screen. Does that make any sense? You follow it?
I'm following. Yeah.
If you turn your head upside down, stand on your head and look at the screen, it'll make sense. I wouldn't put it past him if he started to try it. You know, like, just kidding. Now what? Is it a big lefty shift on the course, Marilyn?
It has a bit of left in it, and there's definitely more velocity on that side right now. So I think Eric's probably feeling pretty good about his decision to head out that way at the gates.
Yeah, big left shift on the course, and that was represented by Eric coming in on starboard on the downwind. So you can also indicate that by the direction the umpire boat, or race committee boat rather, is pointed. It's pointed to the left-hand side of the course, representing a left shift.
Now, Mary, who's in last place? Can you see? Far right-hand side over here, I think?
Yeah,
Or is it that one?
it looks like it's good.
All the way in the upper right corner there, you can see. That's Dave Hood. So, if you're Dave Hood, maybe you do the same thing Monin did the next rounding. Why not? Just jibe and split away from the rest of the fleet. Clearly worked for Eric Monin. Breeze going to pick up for the finals, Marilyn?
Forecast actually is pretty good today. So I think as the heat builds and the differential with inland, we should get a really nice sea breeze today. Certainly what we're all rooting for and what some of the forecasters are saying.
You know, if sailing commentary doesn't work out, you could be a weather person on TV. That was perfect. You just need a map behind you.
Yeah, well, it could get more exciting that way.
Okay, here's the shorter windward mark, the new mark, turning mark, number 9, Eric Monin setting his spinnaker for the second time, way out in front.
Do we think Monin's going to do the same thing he did on the first downwind?
It's a great question for you. What do you think?
I don't think he will. No.
You think he'll just do Bearway here, yeah?
Yeah.
I agree with you. It looks like there's more pressure in front of him where he's heading, and you don't want to maneuver much if you can help it in these light airs. All the crew down to leeward there. Heel the boat over, get some of the wetted surface, the drag out of the water. So just to remind you guys, after this fleet race is finished, we've passed the halfway mark. Very short break, and then we will go into the finals and petite finals of the 58th Congressional Cup. And
I'm back.
you're back. Lisa, who's your next victim?
Long Beach Yacht Club is also very thrilled that the Congressional Cup and Ficker Cup is part of the World Match Race Tour. So what is World Match Race Tour? And also tell us a little bit about the Women's World Match Race Tour. We have CEO James Pleasance.
All right. Hello, James.
Hello all, morning. As always, delight to be here. Once again here in Long Beach, waiting for the breeze. I hope we're going to have a little bit more breeze today, but terrific to be back here. This is the first and opening event of the 2023 World Match Racing Tour. Delighted to have this event as the curtain raiser of the season. We have 15 events lined up on this year's tour, including 4 major events, of which this is one. We then go to Sweden in July, to the island of Marstrand, if anyone's ever been there, and then to Bermuda in October for the return of the Bermuda Gold Cup. It'll be the 71st edition of the event. And then our world final, our grand final, will be in China, of all places, in December this year. So we have a full year ahead.
Terrific. And I understand that in the years since the World Match Racing Tour started, you guys have given out over $23 million of cash prize.
We have, and that's all thanks to events like this and all of the events on the tour and the partners and sponsors we've had over, yes, we're in our 23rd consecutive year of the tour, as you say, Tucker. And yes, just north of $23 million that has been awarded to sailors in cash and various other prizes they won along the way. We've had cars being given. We've had washing machines being given on stage. We've had, there was an event in Germany that gave a chainsaw to the winner of the event once. We were a little skeptical about that one. But yes, it's, this is what it's about at these tour events. It's about, forging a pathway for a lot of these sailors to forge a career in the sport of sailing. They come out of college 18, 19 years old. They come onto this tour, and being able to sail around the world at events like this and earn prize money and earn their way is not a bad way to make a living either.
It's fantastic. And having heard about that $23 million in prize money makes me think that we should raise our budget for the commentary. What do you guys think? No, I can tell you firsthand, having been involved in the tour since, all the way back to 2000 as well, it is spectacular. And Congressional Cup is a great example of that. And we thank you, James, for all that you and the World Match Racing Tour do to keep this tour going around the world.
And besides the racing going on here today, Megan Thompson, who is here from New Zealand, will finish the racing today, and then she heads to San Francisco for a Women's World Match Race Tour event. James, tell us about that.
Yeah, so thanks, Lisa. This is a brand new tour we actually launched last year. It's the Women's World Match Racing Tour. We've never done it before. There was originally what was called a WIM series, the Women's International Match Racing Series, that kind of slowed down 3 or 4 years ago before the pandemic, and we picked it up in partnership with them last year and rebranded the tour as the Women's World Match Racing Tour, and to do much the same thing we're doing here. So we've got 4 events lined up this year, the first of which is in San Francisco next week. Nice. We go back to back. We then go straight over to Annapolis to the Eastport Yacht Club hosting the Santa Maria Cup, which is a very famous women's match racing event. So they've resurrected that for the tour. We're excited about that. And then we move over to France in June and Denmark in September. Last year was our debut year of the women's tour. We had 127 female sailors compete, 26 teams. And we're excited for what that may bring us in the future years. There's a real increase in movement of more women in sport, and that's coming all the way down from the Olympics. And so we're looking forward to some great things on the women's tour as well. So please do follow us, womenswmrt.com. And this one is wmrt.com, so we try and make it easy.
That's awesome. That's terrific. I'm sure we'll see Megan Thompson on the tour. Very cool. And James, thank you very much. We're honored to be here and part of the tour this week. Great to have you guys here too. You gonna sail on the women's match racing tour, Marilyn?
I'm in a bit of a building year this year, but I think we'd look forward to it in the future.
Yeah, why not? All right, quick reset here. If you look at the screen all the way out to the right-hand side, James, thank you very much, by the way, is Eric Monin still out in front? In fact, he's not even in this frame. That's how far out in front he is. Those are the trailing 5 teams, and he is way under that oil island. We can look at this. We can't even pan out far enough. That is how much he has increased his lead. He's still to the right of that frame. And it's the only starboard rounding. Yep, keep going. You'll see him. There he is. Almost like he's in a different race course. He's headed for the final turning mark, which is the only starboard rounding in this fleet race. Then they reach, with the spinnakers up, straight across the finish line here in front of the fans at the Belmont Pier. So when they get here, folks, we want a deafening roar from the crowd as all these teams cross the finish line for the Congressional Club fleet race, and then we're right into it. The finals.
A sort of interesting feature of this race is that they will go behind that oil island that you see to the right of screen. So there can be another little bit of a reset there, depending on the wind direction, just as they maybe get into the shadow.
All right, our local expert keeping it real. Just as you say that, I'm looking at these 4 or 5 trailing boats, and they're all starting to pick up speed compared to Monin out in front. So the breeze is slowly building here in Long Beach, and so is the anticipation, not only for the finish of the fleet race, but the beginning of the finals of the 58th Congressional Cup. We have the petite finals for 3rd and 4th between Nick Egnott-Johnson and Ian Williams. And then, of course, the finals. Chris Poole in his first finals. 3rd is his best finish in the Congressional Cup. And Jeppe Bork in only his second Congressional Cup. So both of them, one of them will be a brand new winner. We'll see which one it will be this afternoon. First to win 3 points in the finals, first to win 2 points in the petite finals. Jeppe Bork is ranked number 4 in the world. And Chris Poole's ranked number 1. Undefeated, meaning he beat all these other teams in the fleet race here as they head to lure to the oil island. And there in the far right of your screen, you can see Erik Monin. All but a foregone conclusion right now. This is the gentleman that you want to find at Long Beach Yacht Club's bar tonight. $2,000 richer. He'll be, what do they, it's his shout, as the Kiwis would say, right?
That's right. Yeah, we'd say it's his shout. But, you know, Tucky's, like we touched on in the press conference, he has brought his kid over. So
his baby.
Yeah, his baby. So some of that money's, I'm sure, going towards
baby
towards
food?
towards the baby boy.
Oh, that's cute. Max, he's 1 year old tomorrow, and he actually sailed in last year's Congressional Cup. Nobody knew that. He was a little smaller back then. But it's pretty cool that Erik Monin brought his whole family and his new baby to this regatta. His wife Ute is sailing aboard. His mother-in-law is here helping watch Max. And his bank account about to get a brand new deposit if he keeps this up. Heading for the finish with a little bit of breeze picking up as he heels over there. That spinnaker full. And a big pileup at the leeward mark for the trailing 1, 2, 3, 4 boats piling in. 3 of them are overlapped. And I think that's Megan Thompson just out in front of the clutter, looking to snatch second place in the fleet race. And who's that coming in from behind? Dave Hood, most likely.
If it is Dave, it'd be quite a recovery for him.
Yeah, he was over
after
early,
some
right?
Issues at the start, yeah.
And a penalty. We're almost finished here, folks, with the fleet race. Anticipation building for the finals. I believe we're going to keep the broadcast going. So those of you around the world that are watching, stay with us. If you aren't watching, why not? What else could be more important? Of course, if they're not watching, how do they know? We hope you guys will tune in. Tell your friends. Share it on Facebook and Instagram and Twitter. Tell them that the finals of the Congressional Cup will be right here this afternoon and starting in, I'm going to guess, what, 10 minutes, 15 minutes maybe? We'll see what the committee does. Randy Beers and his expert race committee crew. Here comes Monin. Towards the finish line, right here off the Belmont Pier. Oh, fortunately, I do not have Monin's crew list, and that is a big exhale for me because I don't want to pronounce. Oh, no, I do. Okay, here we go. I'm going to try to. Simon Bruguer, Julien, I didn't take French in high school. Falaxa, Lucas Gehrig, Ute Monin, that's his wife, Mathieu Renault, and Nick Zeltner. And the helmsman, ladies and gentlemen, on your feet, hands ready, is Erik Monin, just 4.5 lengths away from victory here in the fleet race. Let him hear you all the way out there on the water. Spectator boats, get ready with the horns as the fleet race comes to a close. And the winner of the 58th Congressional Cup Fleet Race is Switzerland's Erik Monin. He's happy, look at that.
Yeah, he's got to be stoked with that after
And he won the
running
Junior
that with a
Con Cup.
mark in last place. Yeah,
Right.
like you say, yeah, won the Junior Congressional Cup last night.
So he's won
on a
2
roll.
out of the 3 Congressional Cup.
He should do fleet racing.
Yeah, that's right. Because
And I think he said last night that he had won the fleet race before, so he's at least a 2-time winner of the fleet race.
Well, match racing is just his way to get here and get invited so he can win all the fleet racing stuff. Well done, Erik Monin. And thank you for sponsoring everybody at the bar tonight at Long Beach Yacht Club, Erik. I don't know if you can hear us. How do you say what in French? That's pretty cool. All right, here comes the parade. The rest of the fleet racers. Marilyn, who have we got? Is that Megan Thompson?
It looks like Megan
one.
Thompson's held on to her second place so far, at least.
Okay, we're going to do a bit of a crowd applause meter here, okay? Because we know that all of these teams are put up by host families, Long Beach Yacht Club members, so they all have their own support groups, and we're going to find out which one of them is more obnoxious. I mean, better fans. we want to hear how loud. So we heard how good you guys were for Eric Monin. And coming up in about a minute, we'll hear from the fans for Megan Thompson, her first Congressional Cup, one of only 5 female skippers in the world to have sailed in the Congressional Cup. Thanks to pioneers like her, we certainly hope many more. And now, as we know from James Pleasance, the women's match racing tour as well. Megan's done well. Not only to qualify for Con Cup, but here in second place against this field of competitors. All right, folks. Fans of Megan Thompson from New Zealand, let her hear you. Second place. That's good. That gave Monin a run for his money, didn't it? Second place, good job. Here comes Monin for a victory lap along the Belmont Pier. Well done, Megan Thompson and Eric Monin. And here comes third place. Now this is a Long Beach Yacht Club favorite. I mean, he's been here for 59 of the 58 Congressional Cups, it seems like. From Sweden, with the Club 100 Spinnaker, ladies and gentlemen, Yanni Berntsen. Oh yeah, I think that's the winner so far. He might have finished third, but he's won the crowd applause meter. Well done, Yanni. He's so great. Also brings his family to Congressional Cup. Number 10. Oh wow, Dave Hood.
Yeah, big recovery
Wow.
there.
Long Beach Yacht Club's own former Commodore Dave Hood. I think that just topped Berntsen. Well done, Dave Hood in fourth place. Ooh, there's a battle for fifth. You don't want to get last place, right? So this is probably the closest and toughest battle of the entire fleet race right here. This is for bragging rights. And who's number 8 to leeward?
So we've got Harry Price to leeward, maybe making the path here, and Chris Weiss just above in the Seven Angel Spinnaker.
So it's Price and Weiss. Price was leading at the first mark rounding, and we had a fleet reversal, an end around, and he went from the penthouse almost to the outhouse. But we still have the audience applause meter. His mother and father are here as well, and we know we can hear them. Stand by, get ready for Australia's Harry Price. And finally, winning the Ficker Cup to qualify for his first Congressional Cup. He's quite a gentleman, too. I really like this guy. In number 7, ladies and gentlemen, Chris Weiss. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's awesome to see all the boats out here on the finals day. You know, a nice fleet race for everyone to end on, and I'm sure everyone will be very happy with the day and the entire event.
Yeah, the boats will be looking to put away some of these sails and I think get tied off to some of the spectator boats so that they can move from the fleet race to the post-race enjoyment. Is that right, Robbie?
Yeah, that's right. These crews, I'm sure, will be tucking into maybe a few sponsors cuisine. So yeah, you can expect that.
It's a great way for them to end the week too. Really hard-fought battles out there, not least of all this last one, and then to get a little bit of a break at the end.
That's a fun way to end the final day of the Congressional Cup for these 6 teams. And now they're all going to tie up to prearranged different spectator boats to watch the finals. And we're going to watch the finals as well. We're going to bring them to you live around the world in our broadcast. First, we're going to take a short break. The race committee is going to reset the course, set it back up for match racing, and the top 4 teams are going to raise their sails and get ready to go. So stand by, folks. Stay with us. When we come back, the finals of the 58th Congressional Cup will begin.
We're a group of clinicians, scientists, and community advocates working together to find a cure for brain tumors.
We've got the dream team, and it is a multidisciplinary team working together to make the next breakthrough in terms of the diagnosis and treatment of brain tumors.
We're a group of clinicians, scientists, and community advocates working together to find a cure for brain tumors.
We've got the dream team, and it is a multidisciplinary team working together to make the next breakthrough in terms of the diagnosis and treatment of brain tumors.
Thank you.
We're a group of clinicians, scientists, and community advocates working together to find a cure for brain tumors.
We've got the dream team, and it is a multidisciplinary team working together to make the next breakthrough in terms of the diagnosis and treatment of brain tumors.
We're a group of clinicians, scientists, and community advocates working together to find a cure for brain tumors.
We've got the dream team, and it is a multidisciplinary team working together to make the next breakthrough in terms of the diagnosis and treatment of brain tumors.
We're a group of clinicians, scientists, and community advocates working together to find a cure for brain tumors.
We've got the dream team, and it is a multidisciplinary team working together to make the next breakthrough in terms of the diagnosis and treatment of brain tumors.
We're a group of clinicians, scientists, and community advocates working together to find a cure for brain tumors.
We've got the dream team, and it is a multidisciplinary team working together to make the next breakthrough in terms of the diagnosis and treatment of brain tumors.
We're a group of clinicians, scientists, and community advocates working together to find a cure for brain tumors.
We've got the dream team, and it is a multidisciplinary team working together to make the next breakthrough in terms of the diagnosis and treatment of brain tumors.
We're a group of clinicians, scientists, and community advocates working together to find a cure for brain tumors.
We've got the dream team, and it is a multidisciplinary team working together to make the next breakthrough in terms of the diagnosis and treatment of brain tumors.
We're a group of clinicians, scientists, and community advocates working together to find a cure for brain tumors.
We've got the dream team, and it is a multidisciplinary team working together to make the next breakthrough in terms of the diagnosis and treatment of brain tumors.
We're a group of clinicians, scientists, and community advocates working together to find a cure for brain tumors.
We've got the dream team, and it is a multidisciplinary team working together to make the next breakthrough in terms of the diagnosis and treatment of brain tumors.
We're a group of clinicians, scientists, and community advocates working together to find a cure for brain tumors.
We've got the dream team, and it is a multidisciplinary team working together to make the next breakthrough in terms of the diagnosis and treatment of brain tumors.
We're a group of clinicians, scientists, and community advocates working together to find a cure for brain tumors.
We've got the dream team, and it is a multidisciplinary team working together to make the next breakthrough in terms of the diagnosis and treatment of brain tumors.
We're a group of clinicians, scientists, and community advocates working together to find a cure for brain tumors.
We've got the dream team, and it is a multidisciplinary team working together to make the next breakthrough in terms of the diagnosis and treatment of brain tumors.
We're a group of clinicians, scientists, and community advocates working together to find a cure for brain tumors.
We've got the dream team, and it is a multidisciplinary team working together to make the next breakthrough in terms of the diagnosis and treatment of brain tumors.
We're a group of clinicians, scientists, and community advocates working together to find a cure for brain tumors.
We've got the dream team, and it is a multidisciplinary team working together to make the next breakthrough in terms of the diagnosis and treatment of brain tumors.
We're a group of clinicians, scientists, and community advocates working together to find a cure for brain tumors.
We've got the dream team, and it is a multidisciplinary team working together to make the next breakthrough in terms of the diagnosis and treatment of brain tumors.
We're a group of clinicians, scientists, and community advocates working together to find a cure for brain tumors.
We've got the dream team, and it is a multidisciplinary team working together to make the next breakthrough in terms of the diagnosis and treatment of brain tumors.
We're a group of clinicians, scientists, and community advocates working together to find a cure for brain tumors.
We've got the dream team, and it is a multidisciplinary team working together to make the next breakthrough in terms of the diagnosis and treatment of brain tumors.
We're a group of clinicians, scientists, and community advocates working together to find a cure for brain tumors.
We've got the dream team, and it is a multidisciplinary team working together to make the next breakthrough in terms of the diagnosis and treatment of brain tumors.
We're a group of clinicians, scientists, and community advocates working together to find a cure for brain tumors.
We've got the dream team, and it is a multidisciplinary team working together to make the next breakthrough in terms of the diagnosis and treatment of brain tumors.
We're a group of clinicians, scientists, and community advocates working together to find a cure for brain tumors.
We've got the dream team, and it is a multidisciplinary team working together to make the next breakthrough in terms of the diagnosis and treatment of brain tumors.
We're a group of clinicians, scientists, and community advocates working together to find a cure for brain tumors.
We've got the dream team, and it is a multidisciplinary team working together to make the next breakthrough in terms of the diagnosis and treatment of brain tumors.
We're a group of clinicians, scientists, and community advocates working together to find a cure for brain tumors.
We've got the dream team, and it is a multidisciplinary team working together to make the next breakthrough in terms of the diagnosis and treatment of brain tumors.
We're a group of clinicians, scientists, and community advocates working together to find a cure for brain tumors.
We've got the dream team, and it is a multidisciplinary team working together to make the next breakthrough in terms of the diagnosis and treatment of brain tumors.
We're a group of clinicians, scientists, and community advocates working together to find a cure for brain tumors.
We've got the dream team, and it is a multidisciplinary team working together to make the next breakthrough in terms of the diagnosis and treatment of brain tumors.
We're a group of clinicians, scientists, and community advocates working together to find a cure for brain tumors.
We've got the dream team, and it is a multidisciplinary team working together to make the next breakthrough in terms of the diagnosis and treatment of brain tumors.
We're a group of clinicians, scientists, and community advocates working together to find a cure for brain tumors.
We've got the dream team, and it is a multidisciplinary team working together to make the next breakthrough in terms of the diagnosis and treatment of brain tumors.
We're a group of clinicians, scientists, and community advocates working together to find a cure for brain tumors.
We've got the dream team, and it is a multidisciplinary team working together to make the next breakthrough in terms of the diagnosis and treatment of brain tumors.
We're a group of clinicians, scientists, and community advocates working together to find a cure for brain tumors.
We've got the dream team, and it is a multidisciplinary team working together to make the next breakthrough in terms of the diagnosis and treatment of brain tumors.
The Congressional Cup is the longest-running annual match racing event in the world, and this year marks the 58th edition of this prestigious event. The competition is a founding regatta on the World Match Racing Tour. It's a world sailing Grade 1 match race, and it's hosted each year by the Long Beach Yacht Club in beautiful Southern California. With America's Cup, Olympic, and World Champions having won the coveted cup and the famous Crimson Blazer that comes with it. Who will take the title this year and add their name to the famed trophy in 2023? Welcome to the final day of the Congressional Cup here in Long Beach, California. After 58 years of history, 10 international teams, what? I thought he said 10 international teams, over the past 4 days of qualifying, and now we have 2 teams left in the finals of the Congressional Cup. They are USA's Chris Poole and Denmark's Jeppe Bork. And of course, as you know, only one will earn the right to wear the famed Crimson Blazer and hoist the Congressional Cup this afternoon at Long Beach Yacht Club. Hi, I'm Tucker Thompson along with Robbie McCutcheon, and we've got Marilyn Cassidy here. Kirk Brown is our umpire expert in the booth, and we've just received word that we are about to get underway with race number 1 of the finals. But first, here's a look at yesterday's highlights in the semifinals. The 58th Congressional Cup, one of the premier match racing regattas in the world, moved into the semifinal stage today with the final 4 teams ready to do battle for a place in the all-important finals. After 3 days of racing, Chris Poole and his Riptide Racing team were undefeated. He had the honor of choosing his opponent. Perhaps surprisingly for some, he opted for the reigning match racing World Tour champion Nick Egnott Johnson from New Zealand, when most thought he would choose young Jeppe Bork from Denmark, who'd finished 3rd in the round-robin stage. That paired Bork against 5-time winner of this prestigious trophy, Ian Williams from Great Britain, with his hugely experienced crew representing the China 1 Ningbo team. They were the clear favorites in what appeared to be an uneven matchup. Into the action, and in the first race of this best-of-5 match encounter, first blood went to the young Danish crew, leaving Williams in their wake as they scored the first point. Meanwhile, Chris Poole continued his winning run, scoring yet another victory over the Kiwis. With a freshening breeze here in Long Beach, Match 2 saw Poole was in control of his next race from start to finish after gaining the advantage in the crucial 4-minute pre-start. He never looked back to chalk up his second win. Advantage, Poole again. In Match 2 for Williams, things did not go according to plan. The Danish team wriggled out of Williams' grasp off the line and sailed away. They managed to stay ahead through the 2-lap course to notch up their second win, meaning Williams now needed 3 straight victories just to stay alive in the contest. It was also do or die for Nick Egnott-Johnson, but the U.S. crew hammered home an emphatic win before the crowds lining the Belmont Pier, a 3-0 victory, keeping their unbeaten winning streak intact, having not lost a single match on their way to reaching their first ever Congressional Cup final.
Yeah, we were into the semifinals of the 58th Congressional Cup against Nick Egnott-Johnson, the reigning match race world champion, who we had a good battle with at the finals last year in Sydney. That went all 5 races, and luck for us this week we went 3-0 against him. We had good starts, off the line even, and then from there we were able to get a couple of shifts and stretch away.
Yeah, we obviously Chris did a great job in that pre-start. He controlled us up until a minute 30 in the dial-up, so that's a big work on for that one. You know, once you start behind, it's really hard to pass back, especially with the speed that those boys are sailing.
The focus then shifted to Williams and Bork's third match, and what a race it was! In the pre-start, Williams' experience came to the fore, forcing a penalty against the Danes, which they carried around the track. But despite Williams' best defense, Bork caught up by the second windward mark rounding, set a mark trap for the Brits, and expertly shed their penalty while keeping the lead and giving Williams an offsetting penalty at the same time. From there, they led all the way to the finish, securing an incredible 3-0 whitewash over one of the best match racing teams in the world.
Yeah, I look, all credit to Jeppe and his team. They sailed great today. It's obviously disappointing for us. Just didn't really have it today, you know. We never really had the speed edge that we've had all week. If anything, he probably had a little speed edge, and you know, we had our opportunities. He hardly put a foot wrong. So as I say, credit to him. Yeah, looks like we needed another day of practice that we didn't get. So as I say, credit to him. We'll go forward to tomorrow and try and get third.
Wow, that was quite something. Last time we sailed the Ian Williams was in the semi-finals at the World Championship in Bermuda, and he won 3-0, and I guess we returned the favor this time. I watched so many videos of Ian Williams and his crew offsetting penalties and doing what he's best at, and to be in a situation like this is kind of unreal. Because those guys are the best in the game.
So the scene is set for a new team, a first-time winner to add their name to the roster of sailing legends who've won the Congressional Cup. But the question remains, who will it be? Jeppe Bork or Chris Poole? Join us tomorrow for what's sure to be an exciting finals of the 58th Congressional Cup here in Long Beach, California. Okay, welcome back, folks. You are looking at live coverage this afternoon in Long Beach, California, the conclusion of the 58th Congressional Cup. It's light, but it is enough to sail, and it's expected to build. We've got 4 teams racing this afternoon. The petite finals, that's going to be for 3rd and 4th between Ian Williams and Nick Egnott-Johnson. And then we've got the finals, Chris Poole and Jeppe Bork. And guys, what's interesting about Poole and Bork is that neither of them have made it this far to the finals of the Congressional Cup. We're going to have a brand new winner.
It's really exciting for both the teams and the spectators, I think. It's a whole new slate of faces to be excited about.
And I always like to put you guys in the hot seat. I'm going to start with you. Who's your money on when you look at Chris Poole, Nick Egnott-Johnson? And before you pick that, I'm just going to give the fans an update. Chris Poole, he's never made it this far, but he's also not lost a race this year in all the qualifying rounds. Jeppe Bork, kind of came through. He had a couple losses, but he really turned it on in the end. And I'd say right now he's got a lot of momentum. So which of these 2 teams do you like and why?
Yeah, both teams sailing in the Congressional Cup final for the first time. But, you know, as you mentioned just there, Chris Poole is undefeated. I believe he's 21-0 in this competition so far. So, yeah, you can't look past that. And he's been sailing fantastically. In saying that, Jeppe and the boys from Denmark have been outstanding as well. So, you know, it will be a close one. If I do have to pick one, I'll probably go with the Danes.
Okay, over to you, Marilyn.
Everybody loves an underdog, but we are here in Long Beach, USA, and so I think I'm rooting for Chris Poole. You can't deny the momentum that he had coming out of the round robins and into the semifinals.
Now, you guys are both top-level competitors, and I want to ask you this. Psychologically, Poole has not lost any of these matches, but psychologically, if he loses one of these first few matches, Do you think that could affect him in a massively, in a big way that could be detrimental?
I guess there's always the potential for that, but I really think that this team has shown how good they are at executing what the plan is and bouncing back from more minor adversity so far. But I'd look forward to more of that here in the finals.
I mean, to me, that's going to be telling if we do see, I mean, all credit that he's been undefeated until this point, but do you think we're going to see a loss from Chris Poole?
Yeah, I do, and it's always nice to take a taste of a loss potentially in the round robins and the semis, but he hasn't done that. So it will be interesting to see how this team does bounce back and make sure that they do after a loss or potential loss against Yepe.
Not saying, of course, it's going to happen, but any one of these two teams is capable of winning the Congressional Cup. We're going to start with the petite finals, then we'll go into the first race of the finals. And Marilyn, as I always do, you're our local expert here. The breeze has been the lightest we've seen all week, but it is filling in. What can we expect?
It is, and we have it filling in a little bit left of where we'd normally see this time of day, and as you said, a little bit lighter than normal. The race committee is giving us readings in the range of about 190 to 200 degrees at around 6 knots, so just enough to get us going, but not a lot of extra for the competitors right now.
Okay, so we're looking at live pictures. The teams are just getting their time on distance right into the committee boat and into the pin. They're all important timing. There's the Foxtrot, so we are 7 minutes away from the official first start. As I say, the teams are getting teed up and ready to go, and so are we. Now that Foxtrot means in 2 minutes, we're going to have the 5-minute, and then the 4-minute gun, as you know, is the pre-start entry period. It will be race 1 of the petite finals first, and then race 1 of the finals. Now, I've just been told that we have a very special guest. He's teed up. He's ready. He's over at home in St. Petersburg, Florida. He is a legend in the sport of sailing and a former winner of the Congressional Cup in 2004. Ed Bayard, ladies and gentlemen. Ed, can you hear us?
Hey, Tucker, I do hear you. How are you today?
Man, it is so cool to have you live with us. We wish you were out here, but this is definitely the next best thing. So first of all, thank you for joining us. Second of all, I know you're looking at live pictures just like we are here in Long Beach, and it's light. And I recall in 2004, you sailed a very light race in the finals of the Congressional Cup, and it certainly went your way. So what would you predict in these conditions?
Well, you know, it's tricky because in the light stuff, obviously, what you find is that the boats separate a lot more, and that means risk. And you can't control when you're ahead, and you know, attacking from behind is a much more subtle thing. But it's interesting because at the beginning of the day, when the breeze first fills in, it's quite different than at the end of the day when it's dying away. And boy, the year that you're talking about that we won, the breeze had been in all day and was dying at the end of the day. And in fact, there was a really big right-hand shift with a lot of wind way down the beach. And you could see the sand blowing coming down the beach from the west. So, you know, there were some big choices to make. But what they have right here is, you know, this is just the beginning of a build in the sea breeze. So it's a little different world. And I'm sure these guys are ready for it. They've seen this all week.
Well, we certainly are ready for it. We hope the breeze builds. The anticipation certainly has been all afternoon here in Long Beach, California. You can probably feel it all the way back there in St. Petersburg, Florida. Ed, I don't know if you heard that in the background. We are now 42 seconds away from entry. First up is going to be the petite finals between Ian Williams and Nick Egnott-Johnson. Williams from Great Britain and Egnott-Johnson from New Zealand, arguably very formidable competitors. The petite finals, first to win 2 points. After this start is finished, then we jump into race 1 of the main event, the finals of the Congressional Cup. And Ed, great to have you with us. We'll patch you back in once we get things underway, so stand by, folks. Coming up on the pre-start, race number 1, finals day here at the Congressional Cup, folks. Let's give them one big cheer before we start this race. I mean, stadium sailing at its best. And here comes the gun. 4 minutes. In the foreground, you can see boat number 2 on starboard over the signal boat. That is Ian Williams. He's got rights against his competitor. Bow to bow right now. That's Nick Egnott-Johnson, of course, top of screen, entering on port. Boat number 4, Robbie, here comes a slow but predictable dial-up.
Yeah, it's good that we got the breeze back at Long Beach here so we can get some racing underway.
Nick EJ already a full tack. Williams goes for big gauge to the right of him. You know, the past few days we've seen these crews really dueling it out in heavy air. It's really tough on the crews, physically. But I really think personally this is a much harder condition for these top-level sailors, the light air.
Absolutely. It's a bit of a mental game in the light stuff. You really have to stay on top of every little shift. Every little puff can be the difference maker. So it should make for some close racing.
Just falling off onto starboard there. Momentum is crucial. You see the crew work. Very deliberate, soft movements on board. You don't want to shake the flow over the sails. Ian Williams just rolling into attack. And Ignat Johnson just jibing him behind. Do you think he can get a hook in this light air?
Yeah, potentially. That jibe is much a quicker maneuver, and Williams did a downspeed tack. So, like we were mentioning earlier with the light stuff, it is about keeping the bus rumbling and making sure that you keep that boat speed through the pre-start.
And Spinnaker's going up in the pre-start. Ed, back when you were racing, I don't mean to start a sentence like that, but when you guys sailed, did you put kites up in the pre-start?
There were times for sure, and it's most likely to happen in light air events, and it's most likely to happen really in these boats where you can jibe the entire sail because they just handle a little differently. The boats that have asymmetric sails, it's more difficult to get everything put away correctly when you're all done. But these boats, it's easy to do. You don't have to have the spinnaker pole, and as you see, they made their way back behind the starting line again to safety, and now looks like Ian Williams may have taken control.
Yeah, he certainly likes to lead. I like how Ed said it's easy to do. At this level, the highest level of the game, these guys make it look easy, but I'm sure it's a lot harder than he's leading on as we head downwind away from the start to gain a bit of distance and let the clock run out. Minute 29 seconds to go. It's going to be Williams jibing away, leaving Ignat Johnson and shifting over to his right-hand side. Which side do you want upwind? You're the tactician, Marilyn.
I'd still definitely be thinking about the left just because the breeze is really filled in from that side, and we see quite a bit more left in the breeze right now than we do in a typical day.
And so, Robbie, given that, do you want to be the lead boat? Wouldn't that be more powerful in this light air?
That's right there. So Nick Ignat Johnson doing a good job of making sure he leads that, and he'll be protecting that left-hand side off the line.
Less than 1 minute to go now. There's a lot at stake for third and fourth. The prize money continues right down the ranks, and these two teams know it. They would love to be in the finals, but they're going to fight hard to beat each other here in the petite finals for third and fourth. Nick Ignat Johnson leading Williams in a strong position. Williams bringing pace, going for the hook. 37 seconds, plenty of time for some maneuvering as he pushes the Kiwis down towards the pin.
Definitely a bit of time to kill for both teams right now, so it'll be interesting to see what happens here as we approach the start.
Likely to see a split, Robbie? What do you think?
Yeah, very likely there. So we've just got Ian Williams to windward. There he goes for the tack over, and you can expect him to start on port and EJ starting on starboard there.
Here's where we see if Marilyn was spot on. Nick Ignat Johnson fought for the left, and he's got it. Time on distance looks good. Meanwhile, Williams has tacked and headed for the right. Can Williams luff up over the top of the signal boat, or will he have to do a second tack? We're going to find out. Here's the gun. There's the split. Race number one, the petite finals, is off. It's actually Ignat Johnson that has to tack. I'm very surprised that he wasn't able to make the pin, considering he was above it 10 seconds ago. But with the first tack now goes to EJ on port, following Williams, who has a little bit of breeze on his bow. If left is favored, EJ's got it, but he had to do that. He's one tack down right now.
And I think that tack really came from this light breeze. The boat handling in these boats is crucial in this kind of wind condition, and it seems like he maybe just didn't have quite enough speed to get up to the line in the time that he had hoped.
Well, without a big split, the next two teams aren't going to be able to gauge which side may have crossed. They're going to have to figure it out on their own. So here we go into the main event, the pre-start race number one of the finals of the 58th Congressional Cup. We're on board with Chris Poole on starboard, entering at the right-hand end of the line. There's the gun, 4 minutes to go. Of course, he's facing Jeppe Bork on port. And you can just feel the tension building here. We've been waiting all day for this moment. And we expect the breeze to build a little bit throughout the finals here. First to win 3 points, bow to bow, collision course, Bork responds.
Down, up hard, Yankee.
White flag already. Aggressive?
Yeah, aggressive from Poole. He's just asking the questions of the umpires. You know, there's no way there could be a penalty on Chris. So, wow, there you go, blue flag on Jeppe Bork's boat. So, yeah, obviously being that port tacking boat, potentially get the umpire's view on it.
Kirk, what do you think of that? Surprising? Too close?
Likely the port boat didn't complete their tack and needed, and that meant the starboard boat. Here comes the media call.
Media, the blue port boat failed to keep clear. Rule 13.
Yeah, they were attacking boat.
Okay. Kirk Brown spot on as usual. Thank you very much. Now, that is a surprising turn of events here in race number, not even race number one, a pre-start of race number one. And already Jeppe Bork has a penalty down, and he's getting boxed down to that left-hand side. Going from bad to worse.
Yeah, once again, fantastic pre-start from Chris Poole so far. And, penalty straight on the Danes early is something that they'll have to overcome, which is tough in race one of the finals.
And Poole's not done yet. This cat-mouse game continues. He goes back for more. Will he get a second penalty? Bork this time is going to have to tack quicker.
Holding, aiming, up, Yankee.
Another flag, another close maneuver, another tack from Bork, another decision from the umpires. Green flag.
Sailing. 2-1. Sorry. All good. 2-1, go hoist.
On board Chris Poole, or Jeppe Bork rather, as he looks at Chris Poole, who has hoisted his Stella Artois spinnaker here in the pre-start. Minute 30 to go. Getting as much distance as he can away from Bork, and then he'll set up for the final approach. Bork follows suit. Ed, having been a helmsman in so many of these match races in this light air, would you rather lead in if you were one of these teams? I guess we'll get back to him on that.
Sorry, Tucker, are you talking to me?
Yeah, sorry, Ed.
Oh, okay. No, for sure. In the light stuff, leading is very powerful. You know, typically you come off the line a little bit faster than your opponent, and you make them tack early. And leading back, you know, is the place to be. Gets a little windier, you push from behind, and sometimes you can push your guy down to the end before time runs out, and they get in trouble.
All right, thank you, Ed. Stand by. So Chris Poole elects to lead in, and for Bork, it's a tack drop. Now there's a maneuver you don't normally see in sailboat racing.
Yeah, we haven't seen that the past 5 days. So yeah, great bow handling from Jeppe's boat to get that away clean.
All the time, weight low.
Poole going for it. Coming up on 10 seconds to go, the start of race number one of the finals of the Congressional Cup. It's going to be Chris Poole to the left of Jeppe Bork. Poole down towards the pin. Going full speed there. Bork a little bit behind. There's the gun. We're off in race one. Advantage Poole on the line, and he's given Jeppe Bork a penalty. So far, so good for the American team.
3, 2, 1, smider her.
Bork immediately has to tack away.
Yeah, and down speed as well. So, yeah, definitely advantage Chris Poole because he got up to speed before that tack, and it actually looks like he's in a bit more pressure taking it over on port tack.
Easy on weights.
Poole is just so much faster right out of the gates here. He's got that pressure breeze on his bow. It looks like a little bit of a lefty, Marilyn.
It does from here at least, yeah. And as you look up the course beyond them too, there's just more and more pressure coming from that left-hand side.
Going for slight speed mode, Mel.
You take one turn off that, mate, so I can easily attack.
I always see more pressure left. Copy.
You hear that, Marilyn? They agree with you. More pressure, left-hand side, more breeze.
Copy.
So it's Chris Poole in charge of the match. So far as both teams head off to the right-hand side, Chris Poole to the left of his competitor, getting a bit of left-hand breeze first. So advantage the American team over the Danes, and it looks to my eye like they're sailing into a little bit less pressure, particularly where the Danes are down to leeward.
Yeah, and Paul happy to continue to follow Jeppe out that side, because although he's not going to go into much breeze himself, neither is Jeppe. So happy to just control the game and stay in the same breeze.
He's knocking. I'm happy to be slightly lower than normal. Okay. Okay.
I like that. Yeah, Chris tells his crew, I want to be
Yeah, it
lower,
just feels
faster
like a little
mode. They
knock,
said,
that's all.
no, this is good. And Chris, no second guess. Okay.
Copy.
Well, and he really, from the angle we've got here in the booth, he does look quite a bit wound up compared to Jeppe. So I think that they're just seeing that really this is making a big difference. They're getting some gains out of this left shift.
Just don't let me get high.
Always have more pressure than him, gaining the whole time.
Copy.
That's what you want to hear when you're a helmsman.
Yeah, that's tactician Joachim Aschenbrenner just saying he's always in more pressure. So, that's gains and getting paid out in dividends for Chris Paul.
Speaking of pressure, Ed Baird, if you can hear us, is it different in the finals? I personally have never been in the finals of this regatta. From a pressure standpoint on the team and on you, the helmsman, and does the anticipation just ramp up the pressure?
Well, I think that's a very individual, personal thing. Some people, they don't really get revved up until they get towards the finals. Russell Coots comes to mind, Peter Gilmore. Those sort of guys. They just didn't really. They would make their way through the week, but they were really focused on the last day, and it was pressure sort of thing. But other people, get really nervous, and you find that they blast through. They win a lot of races early, and then they struggle in the final. That's going to be the thing today with watching Chris Poole and his guys. They haven't lost a race yet, and I think winning and leading with a penalty in this race has got to be a huge sigh of relief for them that they can get this done for the whole weekend.
Yeah, that's a very good point. If there was any pressure on them, it's certainly a sigh of relief right now, not only to be dominant in the match, as Ed pointed out, but they've got that penalty too.
Definitely a little bit of an insurance policy they bought there in the pre-start.
Just stay slightly high, just make sure we're in this pop.
It was interesting, Tucker, just watching that pre-start. The Americans were just on the front foot the whole way. They never lost momentum, and they came off the line on the favored side with more speed. And they had their opponents really in trouble from the moment they entered. So it'll be interesting to see if that changes when they switch ends on the line.
That's a very good point as well. When in this light air, when Poole becomes the port boat, the disadvantaged boat in the pre-start.
Certainly in light air, that starboard advantage is much bigger coming in on the entry.
So there is objective number one, the top mark, top right of your screen. Chris Poole is going to get there first. Tack set for both teams. That's going to put a little bit of pressure on the crews.
Yeah, tack set's always being harder than the set when you're already lined up on port ley line. So the crews have done it all week. So I wouldn't be afraid to say that this is going to be a great set.
And that's not the green mark is not the winter mark. It's the yellow one, just in the foreground there. You can see Marilyn she picks the microphone up, looks at me and goes, "You got that wrong."
Yellow. Lining up and tacking in 3.
That's a long 3. Chris Poole looking cool. Very relaxed on board. Into the hoist, leading race 1 of the finals of the Congressional Cup. A moment he's been working towards for his entire match racing career. He's just been flawless this whole week.
Yeah, sailing smart, no mistakes, and this is the result.
Meanwhile, Jeppe Bork looking to catch up. It was so endearing in the end of yesterday's race when Jeppe Bork realized he'd finally beaten someone he'd looked up to his whole match racing career, Ian Williams, and that's a huge deal to make it to the finals. and a big sigh of relief for him. But now it's like, okay, game on. We got to take it to a whole nother level to try to beat Chris Poole.
Absolutely. There's definitely pressure on both teams as a result of the setup and the way that they've both got here.
Yeah, and when I talked to Jeppe after that interview, he said, you know, he's still looking forward to the finals, and you know, his focus hasn't wavered. So, you know, although that was a very genuine interview and he got through the semis, he's still very focused on these finals.
So, Ed, I know you can't see the macro view of the course like we can. It's a pretty square run. Jeppe Bork behind by a good 6+ lengths and with a penalty. Would you be jibing here just for the sake of it, just to try and get a big split and roll the dice?
Well, you know, at the moment, the only risk is if your opponent starts gaining on you lower and faster from behind. But without the trailing boat jibing away, there's no reason to jibe early unless you see a bunch better pressure over there.
No, sorry, I meant the trailing boat.
Oh, the trailing boat, yes, absolutely. I would be saying, well, gee, upwind, it was better on that side. Why would you not jibe for the better pressure downwind? And start to see if the leader would chase you, maybe make a mistake. Maybe they'll have a bad jibe.
Well, instead, he's gone for the more conservative route, jibing there on top of Chris Poole, but way too far away, Robbie, probably to affect his breeze.
Yeah, that's right. The delta between both boats there, it would be too much for getting on the breeze of Chris Poole just in these light airs. So, you know, a conservative move, which usually you do when you're closer, but Jeppe nonetheless, Simo jibe.
And Marilyn, the good news, if you're Jeppe Bork, he does seem to be bringing new pressure from his boat down towards Chris Poole that Chris isn't quite in yet.
It absolutely looks that way, and as we do look out across the course, it seems like the pressure is sort of equalizing across. It's really filled in the last 15 or 20 minutes, and so I think that creates a lot of passing lanes potentially, and opportunity for a trailing boat.
He does seem to have caught up a little bit. Sailing lower and faster. He will have one more jibe. Chris Poole, is he in straight to that left gate if he wants it, or? Yeah, he can soak down there, right?
Yeah, left gate as we look at upwind, right gate for him. So you probably expect him just to make it easy and make sure he gets it through in on one. So you'll probably see a kite down here and a right turn for them, left as we look at it.
Driving and dropping.
Jibing and dropping, that's interesting.
Get it, Bernie?
Okay, he sent it up on both marks. At the last second here, he's going to look like he was going to the left one. He fooled us. He's jibed and taken the right. And Jeppe has definitely closed the gauge. There's no question about it. And that might be why he's shifting. Ed, you know the rules. If a match race is really close, particularly in the latter stages of the race, you at least want to protect the right, right?
Well, yeah, if, you know, all things being equal, you want to, you know, protect that starboard tack. But what we've seen so far on this race course is the upwind left-hand side seems to be strong. It was strong upwind. It was strong on the run. I'm surprised that they didn't set themselves up to go around this mark, like the trailing boat's doing, and then tack if the opponent went the opposite way. They had enough room, and they didn't need, you know, it's not like a 2-boat length race or something where you need to protect starboard tack. It was more distance than that. But here they come. So
Have to be slightly fast forward here,
You know what I like about Ed? 3,000 miles away, and he can tell that the upper left hand of the part of the course here has got better breeze. And of course, he's right.
Well, and it makes sense too, because, you know, like I said earlier, as the breeze begins its fill for the day, that left-hand side is pretty happy. And then as it builds, it slowly goes to the right. But then you have to pay attention to the oil islands and if they block something, and then I see there's some ship traffic and things anchored up there. So, you know, there's things that are affecting the wind up the course. So got to look around.
And 2, 1, and
I wouldn't question him. He's won the Congressional Cup and the America's Cup. Thank you, Ed.
Good source, good source.
Yeah, you can obviously tell Ed's knows what he's looking for, and yeah, you can just tell the knowledge by what he says.
Now, Jeppe Bork's gone for a split here, trying to get clear air, poked out to the other side.
Yeah, exactly. So he's just trying to stay on the opposite tack to Chris Poole and try to get a gain anywhere he can. But currently Chris Poole nicely in control.
So there's breeze to where Jeppe Bork is headed. You heard You heard Chris Poole say that he saw some breeze on the upper right corner, but he's got to go through 2 spinnakers on the petite finals there, downwind, and that's going to affect his sails a little bit, affect his speed. He tacks underneath them and stays with Bork. He's got somewhat of a comfortable lead, but there's also the insurance policy of that penalty that Bork has as well. Now, one of the spinnakers jibed and stayed on top of Chris Poole. That certainly didn't help. It's part of the game, though. Bork has tacked back. What will Chris do?
Yeah, you could probably expect Chris just to slam dunk tack on, so they'd just be taking the breeze of Yepe.
I would have thought that as well, but clearly he listened to Ed Baird. And he's rolling the dice to the far left-hand side, possibly to minimize maneuvers, just one tack on into the mark.
Yeah, because if he can set himself up on the ley line, he's really forcing Jeppe Bork into a situation where he either has to sail beyond the ley line or come in and do a tack set, which, as we saw, can be a difficult maneuver.
Continuing to split. Bork now heading as far right as he can get from his opponent. Poole has tacked just out of frame on ley line for the windward mark again. And here comes the Danes.
Yeah, Tucker, you know, it's a hard spot for the trailing boat here. They had to go into the side of the course where the other 2 downwind boats had just come from, so the breeze was more disturbed. And now they have to tack twice to Chris Poole and his teams once just to get up to the mark. So, the advantage to the leader in this situation, as long as you don't do something silly and get out into a light spot somewhere.
You mean like Terry did on the final run in your race?
I knew that was coming.
To be fair, Terry's a great competitor, Terry Hutchison. Sailed in the Congressional Cup as well, and good friend. The Stella Artois spinnaker is up and flying and heading downwind, heading for home. It's Chris Poole looking to snatch his first win in his first Congressional Cup finals. Jeppe Bork tacking next for the mark. Behind and still has a penalty to do. Now it's first to 3 points, so you've got to, as we've been saying all week, have a short-term memory in sailing, competitive sailing. Wipe this last race out of your mind if you're the Danes. And come back swinging, and as Ed pointed out, they'll be on starboard in the next match. But that is a solid 7+ boat lengths in light air as they roll into a set. Not to say that they're rolling over by any stretch. We're going to see a couple more knots of breeze, maybe, Marilyn?
I certainly hope so. And the forecast said we might get a few more. This afternoon, later it gets, the better it looks in the forecast. So keep your fingers crossed.
Just like last downwind with a big pressure behind.
Copy.
Starting to build any time.
Yeah, real quick, the finish of the first petite race is really close. Williams was ahead, but Nick Egnott Johnson from his left-hand side just snatches a puff of breeze to cross Ian Williams and take the first match and the first to win 2-point petite finals. So 1 up. Egnott Johnson over Ian Williams. Back in our feature match. On board with Jeppe Bork.
Falder. 2 mere ned her. 2 mere ned. Og holder her.
And now Poole will jibe underneath his opponent, well ahead. And is he on ley line for the finish? Is that straight in for Chris Poole, do you think?
Yeah, I think it will be there. I think he can soak into the finish, and it's important to note the delta between the boats here. Obviously Chris Poole has a comfy lead, but also Jeppe Bork did have that penalty as well. So that's an even bigger win for Chris, and great race from them.
I'm just going to say we'll stay.
Yeah, I got to give it to Chris Poole. I've been watching his match racing career since he was young. He's still young compared to me, but I mean, he has really worked at it. He has really come from the bottom In fact, he got last in his first Congressional Cup. He got the book, which is a tradition here for the last place team, and he's worked his way up to third last year. This year, not only is he in the finals, but no one's beaten him, and certainly not Jeppe Bork in this race. Match 1 of the finals. How long has he been waiting for this? How hard has he been working, he and his Riptide Racing crew? Just 4 more lengths to go.
We'll see. Let him choose. It's up to you.
And look how calm he is. I'd be pretty elated right about now. It's only race 1, but you just won it.
I'm happy to stay,
But there's more work to come, and he knows it. And this has been his demeanor. We talked about pressure early on with Ed. This has been Chris's demeanor the whole week. It's just calm, cool, steady.
Just confident, I think, about how well they've been doing and how much they've continued to grow and learn as a team.
Awesome. Ladies and gentlemen, here at the Belmont Pier, give it up for Chris Poole, taking first blood in the first race of the finals of the 58th Congressional Cup.
I like this Genoa more.
Fantastic. And still undefeated.
Yeah, 22-0 now. So, wow, Chris Poole sailing outstandingly.
Here comes Jeppe Bork crossing the line now. So let's go down on the water with the victor. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Chris Poole.
Just try to keep the speed up in the pre-start and get off the line with a little bit of pace, and then from there we can go to the shifts that we want. That was kind of our strategy. What? Just keep improving and get a little bit faster than we were this race.
I like how Chris says, just keep improving. There's not much more improvement left to go in his sailing this week.
I think that's what's made the team so great, though. Just continuing to look for opportunities. How can we get 1% better every day and really keep growing, as you've just said.
Okay, I think we have one more interview. We're going to tee up. Jeppe Bork, stand by. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear from Jeppe Bork, a slightly tougher race.
Yeah, that was just close to horrible, to be honest. We really got schooled today here. Speed was off, start was off. Mostly my fault. Yes, please. Just have a few things to talk about, and then we'll come back stronger in the next race, hopefully. Because that was just not good enough, to be honest. Yeah. Huh?
You know what I like about Jeppe Bork, and I'm sorry to say this because as a television announcer, I love the drama, both the positive and the negative. Yesterday, he was so excited to beat Ian Williams, but man, he was gut punched there, and you could feel it. You could feel it in the TV screen.
Yeah, you could definitely tell the lower tone of his voice there that he wasn't happy with it, but that he's taking accountability, which is step number one into getting over it and doing better.
Now, you've got to wipe the slate clean. We've got more racing this afternoon here in Long Beach. But first, I want to bring back Long Beach Yacht Club's Rear Commodore Lisa Meyer with a very special guest.
We are welcome to the finals, everybody, and we are so happy to have the Honorable Rex Richardson here, our mayor of Long Beach, to preside over the finals. Rex, welcome to Congressional Cup.
Lisa, thank you very much. And welcome to the incredible city of Long Beach. Let's hear it for all of you in our 58th annual Congressional Cup. We are just excited for the spectators and all the folks who are excited about this sport. We have great weather and we're praying for more wind. So let's pay attention. Let's have a great finals. Thanks a lot.
Have you here, and it's great to be here in Long Beach. I'm sure you brought the weather. Beautiful sun this afternoon, and breeze is going to pick up. Beach. Very cool. We get surprised with some very special guests up here in the booth, and we get to watch some racing as well. And we've got Ed Baird live on the other coast in Florida. And Ed, just so you know, the breeze looks like it is picking up across the race course. Not much, but more than the first race. And I wouldn't be surprised if the race committee rolls right into sequence for the next flight. So stand by.
Yes, sir. I see they're switching boats, and I can see the stars and stripes on the back of the powerboat out there is lifting up all the time. So you're definitely getting a little better breeze.
Yep, that's John Sangmeister's powerboat with a giant stars and stripes flying off the back.
And, you know, I just really want to say hi to everybody at Long Beach Yacht Club. It's been a long time since I've been out there, but we've always had a great time at the club and in Long Beach generally. It's, you know, we got excited for everybody to be out of the COVID era and into getting back on the water and doing all these races again. I know it was tough there the last couple of years, and it's great to see it happening now.
You're absolutely right, Ed. It's great to have you, at least virtually, here in Long Beach. I know what a fan you are of the yacht club and of this regatta. Ed Baer joining us in the commentary, live and direct from the East Coast.
Thank you, Tucker. So what's changing here on the race course? What's going to happen here for the next one?
We're going to bring Marilyn in for that.
Yeah, looking up the course, it does seem like it's filling in, as you've said, quite well, and maybe even shifting just a bit to the right relative to what we've been seeing in that first race. So I don't think that it's gone hard right, as Ed was talking about yet, but there's a little bit more right in it than we had seen earlier in the day.
And Ed, I know it's tough for you to see in the screen back at home, but you know we had streaks in that first race and also in the fleet race this morning. Now it seems to have kind of settled in across the race course, particularly on the middle and right-hand side. Still maybe a little bit mealy to the left, but it is building.
I have to tell you, I mean, I know exactly what you're talking about. And even though I can't see the whole course, I see it in my history. And this race coming up is one of the most difficult decision-making races that there is in Long Beach. The breeze starts to fill in that first race. You kind of know the left is going to be good, and it was in that one. Now it's a question of you see the breeze go right on the weather mark ahead. It's a tough time of day for the tactical side of things. So it's going to be interesting to see how these guys approach it and who comes out ahead.
Ed Baird, as ever, spot on, even when he's not here. I love it. Absolutely right. That would be a tough call.
Which way would you go, Tucker?
I mean, if it was right this exact moment, I would say right, just because it looks a bit solid. And Ed, all week we've noticed, and I know in your memory you agree, you can see velocity sometimes build on the upper left, and then it sort of moves across the course and ends up over to the right-hand side as it fills in. So that's what's happening at this exact moment. Another thing that's happening, Ed, is we're under a very small delay. And so we're going to take a very short break, but the broadcast is still going to be streaming live. The drinks are still flowing here in the Belmont Pier. Everyone's having a great time in Long Beach, so don't go anywhere, whether you're live in Long Beach or with us online, including you, Ed. We'll be right back in just a few minutes.
We're a group of clinicians, scientists, and community advocates working together to find a cure for brain tumors.
We've got the dream team, and it is a multidisciplinary team working together to make the next breakthrough in terms of the diagnosis and treatment of brain tumors.
We're a group of clinicians, scientists, and community advocates working together to find a cure for brain tumors.
We've got the dream team, and it is a multidisciplinary team working together to make the next breakthrough in terms of the diagnosis and treatment of brain tumors.
We're a group of clinicians, scientists, and community advocates working together to find a cure for brain tumors.
We've got the dream team, and it is a multidisciplinary team working together to make the next breakthrough in terms of the diagnosis and treatment of brain tumors.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to our live coverage of the final day of the 58th Annual Congressional Cup here in Long Beach, California. Once again, I'm Tucker Thompson with Robbie McCutcheon and Marilyn Cassidy, and we've got Kirk Brown, our umpire expert. We also have Ed Bayard on the East Coast standing by. He's a former winner of the Congressional Cup. We are just a few moments away from the pre-start entry of Race 2 of the Petite Finals. And Marilyn, you were right on the break. You reminded me. It's first to 2 points. This is a must-win race for Nick Johnson, the Kiwis.
As well as Ian Williams. There's all to play for right now on both teams. Nick could really take it away right now, and Ian has a big opportunity to equalize and try to draw this out a bit further.
All right, well, we're looking on board with Egnat Johnson on starboard, entering from the right. The crew has already got the spinnaker ready for the hoist. You can see the sheet just around the headstay there. They can possibly do a windward hoist if they are on starboard here, but that's the 4-minute gun. And already the spinnaker going up for his opponent, Ian Williams, on port, the disadvantaged position. So more spinnakers in the pre-start. Ed Bayard told us it's easy to do. I don't think it's very easy, but it is impressive to watch the crew work on display at this level. Even the 3rd and 4th place boats, as Egnat Johnson tees up Williams on starboard. Will Williams get across? What do you think?
No, I don't think he will here. So, yeah, you expect Nick to sell it or maybe go behind there. Ian Williams might have just got across there. So, well done by the Brits.
Now, I like how you said sell it. I'm going to bring Ed in for this. Ed, explain to us what a Hollywood is when you put the flag up.
Oh, you know, you're in the land of Hollywood out there. It's making it look bigger than it is. It's bringing drama to the situation. You know, if you have a starboard port crossing and it's close, you know, and you just hold steady, and maybe the port boat crosses by just a couple of inches, you know, then the umpires have a tough call. But if you turn the boat sharply right when you're about to crash, or how it looks like you're going to crash, you know, that maybe their decision gets swayed a little bit by the maneuver, and that's called Hollywooding. If you overdo it, it's Hollywood.
Bit like European football players. They stub their toe and then completely crumble on the ground. Okay, 2 minutes 25 to go. Ian Williams likes to lead, but he's not going to. Egnot Johnson jibes first. Very close. Possible overlap there. Williams going for the hook.
Overlap. 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 Overlap.
Oh, yeah, Williams much more aggressive than this one.
Cleared.
Okay, so less than 2 minutes to go. Williams typically likes to lead, but a little bit later than this point. Both teams are very early in the pre-start box here. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, good job by Ian Williams just to put the bow down there and create that speed and potentially get more of an overlap on Nick. He's just trying to push that leading boat close to the line with just under 1 minute 40 to go. So great job by Ian Williams so far in this pre-start.
Yeah, the Kiwis in a bit of trouble here. That's not a term I'm used to saying in sailing coverage.
Overlap.
Overlap. We had a jib down luff.
Clear.
Ed, that's another maneuver I like. Did you guys do jib down luffs in the pre-start?
Yeah, for sure. This is one of the boats where you can make that work really well. You know, the jibs are hanked on, and you slide them up and down, and you can pull the jib down really fast and then put it right back up really fast. Where some boats, you know, especially as we get into bigger racing boats, you know, have head foils, and if you lose control of the sail when it comes down, you make yourself very vulnerable for the next move.
All the more reason these Catalina 37s are so perfect, purpose-built for the Congressional Cup. Here we go, 37 seconds. Williams has tacked around on top of Egnot Johnson, but his speed is slow. Nick going in for an all-important hook.
Overlap.
Yeah, that was a little too late on Ian's turn. He did the right thing to try and lead, but he did it too late by about 10 seconds.
And there's a flag. EJ asking the umpires, is Williams responding quick enough? Well, the Kiwis don't think so, but the umpires do. Green flag, no foul. Coming up on 10 seconds, Williams, he's got to tack away from there, right?
Yeah, he's got to there. He's got no start on starboard, so happy to tack out and build speed and start on port.
And he does, and here comes the gun. Split tack. Williams off to the right-hand side. Egnot Johnson to the left. We're off in race 2 of the Petite Finals, but Williams not looking very solid there as far as getting over the top of the committee boat. He put his bow down really big for speed build just to get some extra pace. Is he going to have to luff up or tack? Either way, it's a slow maneuver and a tough decision. He decides to luff up over the signal boat. You can see in the bottom of your screen there. And that gives even more of an advantage to Nick Egnot Johnson. So, Marilyn, now we're going to bring you in. Of course, beginning of each race, it's a split. Even though Egnot Johnson's coming back, he's got a lot of gauge to the left. Do you think he looks good to the left? Do you think William looks better to the right? What's your call?
I really like it to the left right this moment. Some cloud covers start to come in. Worries me a little bit about whether we'll continue to see the breeze build or not, but I think just looking up the course, there's quite a bit of more velocity on the left right this moment.
One of the first times I might disagree with you, not saying who's right or wrong. I thought I saw some more to the upper right. And it sort of backs up Ed's point at the close of the last race, which is race 2 is really tough. You're not sure whether the left or the right is going to pay when the sea breeze starts to build. And it's late in the day here in Long Beach. We're going to go back into our feature match on board with Poole, fresh off his first win in a first-to-win 3-point finals. He's got the spinnaker up on port, and Jeppe Bork, his opponent on starboard, is late to the entry. Unusual at this level. Pool's going to get across no problem.
Yeah, no problem at all. You know, the Danes were probably about 7 seconds off entering at time, so you know, easy cross for Chris Poole.
You know, I've heard it said in golf that you play to the level of your competition, right, or who you're playing with. And in this case, it looked like Bork was working harder against Ian Williams. Here, he just seems a little bit off his game against Poole, and this is the finals.
You know, Tucker, I haven't followed every day here to get where we are, but you mentioned a moment ago that it was windier during the round robins. Is that right?
Yes.
And so that's what this looks like to me. This looks like that Chris Poole and his guys have experienced this light air stuff in these boats more than the Bork team. And they're just more comfortable in the light stuff. They seem to be moving smoother. They have a plan, you know, and there's a lot of defense going on the Danish boat, which, if it's windier, is a much easier place to play from. But in the light stuff, you got to take control.
I love it. Robbie, get your pen out. Whenever this man speaks, you're going to learn something. He is spot on. And you're right. It was windier throughout the qualifying series, and Ed probably doesn't know this. We have this information in front of us. Bork is only in his 2nd Congressional Cup, and Poole in his 5th. So you're right, yet again, Mr. Baird.
Well, I'm getting a little lucky, but that's just what this looks like. You know, the fact that these guys are pushing inside 2 minutes to go in light air, that's a very difficult place to make work. You can do it sometimes, but it just looks to me like they're taking what they're being given by Poole and his team.
Spot on. There's a reason his name's on that trophy. Coming up on 1:30, and Poole is leading Bork, who's asking a lot of his Catalina 37 in this pre-start in light airs.
Overlap.
Oh, man.
Overlap.
Holy moly, you can't get closer. Bork is going in for the kill. Flags on both boats, screaming and yelling.
Overlap. Yankee on blue.
What have we got here? Blue flag. Jeppe Bork gives a penalty to Chris Poole, and he's not done yet. 1 minute to go, a lot of time left. It's like Jeppe just woke up, or maybe Poole was asleep.
No, fantastic job being that pushing boat. As Ed mentioned there, in this light stuff, you don't want to be that pushing boat, but fantastic job to get the hook.
Now, this is the race I've been waiting for 5 days. What is Chris Poole going to do when he's up against the ropes? He hasn't been in this position all week.
Failed to keep clear of Porsche yellow, rule 11.
Which Kirk has just reminded us, Rule 11 is windward leeward, and so a pretty easy call, it sounds like, from the umpire team.
Well, right now, Chris Poole is to windward with 20 seconds to go. He's very dangerously close to being over. Bork is to leeward, has rights. He's going for more. Poole's in trouble.
Don't come down! Don't come down!
2, 1, yep.
Wow. This is great. Poole over the line. Poole has a penalty. Poole in big trouble. This is Bork's race. This is Bork's start. He's doing exactly what he has to do to stay in the Congressional Cup. And like I said, it is Poole now, for the first time in this regatta, finding himself on the back foot. So this is going to be an awesome match to watch.
Well, as you just said, I love to see Bork rise to the level of his competitor, really showing him the talent that he's bringing to this and the momentum he has coming out of an undefeated semifinals as well.
Fantastic footage on board here for Jeppe Bork's boat. Just see the separation in between these boats, and it looks like Jeppe and the Danes do have a position.
Yeah, let's listen in. I want to hear what Chris is saying, too. Nothing.
Well, and Tucker, you can see the leeward boat slowly starting to gain now up the track there, and it's going to be harder and harder for the windward boat to stay there. So I expect in the next 30 or 40 seconds, these guys will be, trying to tack away just to keep themselves up to speed. But that was really an interesting pre-start because, even though the boats were pushing and leading, the unique situation of the pier being so close to the starting line made it so the boats virtually stopped. I mean, they were almost no speed at all, and the trailing boat was just able to nudge in there and get an overlap, which caused all this chaos.
And there it is, Ed. The windward boat forced to tack away. Bork will head to the right. He's attacked down. Poole has done a nice job squeezing him off. Robbie, I was noticing when they went upwind, Poole's leeches are both a lot tighter than Bork's, and Bork was soaking into him the whole time.
Yeah, that's right. Poole going for a tighter leech, which in effect gives you more height, so able to burn the Danes off easier, and that's exactly what happened with Jeppe tacking off.
And getting that height didn't seem to affect his speed at all. And now I hate to do this, but I've got to say Marilyn was right. There's breeze filtering in from the upper left, and that's where Poole is here, and we're on board with Jeppe Bork.
Tucker, it's always okay to have your teammate be right.
Happens all the time. I'm just lucky if a blind squirrel gets a nut every now and then. That's why I have a great team surrounding me, including you, Ed, 3,000 miles away, making us look smart.
Well, this is interesting seeing this go coming back at each other now. You got the starboard port, and you know, the Poole is slightly advantaged in terms of being up the course, but he can't quite cross. So he's just trying to out-tack these guys, and this is going to be really interesting to see who leads at the top.
Absolutely, and Bork is protecting the right. Remember, Poole still has that penalty to undertake. So he's got to first get ahead of Bork and then offset the penalty in this light air. Quite a challenge, but as Ed pointed out, he's right in this match. In fact, he's bow forward.
Yeah, he was bow forward on that cross. Sorry, Ed.
No, sorry. You say that, Tucker, and yet you don't have to get ahead. You just have to engage your opponent, and maybe they'll make a mistake and get penalized themselves. So let's see.
Next cross. On board with Jeppe Bork on starboard. And it's a gain to Chris Poole.
And there's the mark right there.
Bork has to tack away. So it's going to be 2 down speed tacks to Bork. Meanwhile, Chris Poole has taken the lead. Heading into mark number 1. Not sure if after those 2 tacks if Bork can get a piece of him on starboard when Poole tacks for the mark. This is great.
Stand by, guys. Normal hoist, 2, 1, tacking.
The way his body language is right there, it looks like he's comfortable crossing. Now they just need to stretch out.
2, 1, go hoist.
Poole into the hoist. He's out in front. Still has to get rid of that penalty. This is what I wanted to see. Poole under pressure. How's he going to respond? Well, that's pretty good so far. He has got wheels on the Danes.
I'll tell you what, Tucker, this is right now enough room to do your penalty at the finish line. But if he does a good job down this run and positions himself out of the gate on the same tack as Bork, then he's going to push them farther back.
The Danes into the spinnaker set, a little bit slow there, and Poole's F&M Bank spinnaker, Farmers and Merchants Bank. He's got a nice pocket of pressure, just gaining Chris Poole even more of an advantage. And to add insult to injury, the trailing match is now affecting Jeppe Bork Stella Artois spinnaker. You can see it right there. That's not nice.
It's not nice, but it is Nick Egnoch-Johnson leading in his match right now.
Very good point. As he has to if he wants to stay in the Con Cup. Now, the trailing boat, Jeppe Bork, has got to figure out where he wants to position himself on Chris Poole and take the trailing 2 boats into account when he jibes. Poole in the bottom of your screen there on port, out in front. He's just gaining on every leg.
Yeah, he's taking a lot of breeze down that left-hand side on the downwind and right side as we look at it here. So, yeah, he's taking a lot of breeze down and he's extending the whole time.
And just as we sort of talked about in the fleet race earlier today, getting away from some of the other boats, the three and the sort of backpack there are definitely all affecting each other's air, and it's not a good thing for Jeppe Bork right now.
Poor Jeppe is having to sail a higher angle just to keep his air clear from the two boats behind. Here comes the jibe from Chris Poole. I wouldn't be surprised. Jeppe jibes immediately, so now he can get away from those two spinnakers and reconnect with Chris Poole. As Ed said, well, that distance right there could be enough to get rid of that penalty. We'll see.
That's I'm very comfortable if I'm that leader right there, that I can get my penalty turn in. And the fact is that when Bork had the jibe right there, the first thing that he encountered as he was trying to reaccelerate was the bad air spot of the boat just behind him. And Poole was able to reaccelerate completely before he started feeling any effects from those boats crossing behind. So again, advantage to these guys. They have really stretched it out a lot on that run.
Haven't they? Into the drop. Left-hand side is where Chris Poole, our leader, will head. And that's going to leave Bork likely to split. He's going to have to sail back through the wind shadows of that other match again. And as you said, Nick Egnott-Johnson ahead, looking to even the score in the petite finals for third place.
I think he'll actually take the petites if he gets this win.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Sorry. Absolutely right. My mistake. Now, Bork is just ahead of those two, which is going to help when he heads back upwind. And so finally, he breaks free of the first match. They're heading for the finish.
But see, Tucker, this is what we talked about. If exiting the gate, if you're the leader and you're comfortable and you're on the same tack as your opponent, there's not a lot they're going to do to you, and you just stretch out even more. So really unfortunate that the trailing boats were quite that close on this run. But it made it so there weren't really any good choices for these guys.
Yep. And real quick, let's see if we can shift over to the finish line. Your third place competitor in the 58th Congressional Cup is New Zealand's Nick Egnott-Johnson. Well sailed over Ian Williams. And Ian Williams will take fourth in this Congressional Cup, the reigning champion from last year. So that wraps up petite finals in 2 matches. Egnott-Johnson has done it, and now we shift our focus yet again back upwind as Chris Poole continues to stretch his lead over Jeppe Bork. On board with Chris.
Probably there, Joachim.
Boy, it's feeling light again on board. You don't drive from the leeward side unless it's really light and you're struggling to have feel on the boat.
Question for you now, Ed. When does he do the penalty? Where does he do the penalty? He's got plenty of room.
Well, the fact that he's tacking on ley line tells me that he's going to do the penalty down near the finish line. They can sail this run, without any impact from the other boat. And when they do the penalty right at the finish line, they don't really have to reaccelerate to finish if they do it close enough to the line. And so that minimizes the amount of time it takes you to actually get the penalty done. So that's what I'm expecting here. And right now, when looking at the picture, it looks like they have a little lift compared to the Bork team and better pressure over there. So,
Ed, I seem to remember a match race that you were involved in where the lead boat had to do a penalty right on the finish line, and they just were slightly off by about, 1 second, I believe?
Well, sometimes things work out on the right way, and we enjoyed that day a lot.
I'm still next to you, Tucker.
Sorry, you probably weren't born then. That was the 07 America's Cup. And the man on the other end of our commentary here won with a lingy. 1 second victory over your team. Sorry about that. I hate to bring up bad memories.
If I can jump in over the history lesson for 1 sec, I do think the breeze is starting to look a little bit further to the right now. I don't know if that is reflected at all in what we're seeing from the competitors, but starting to see some of the spectator boats down here at the pier do a little bit of a pivot, and wondering if that'll have an impact on our last leg.
Well, you definitely go straight for a while, all things being equal. Here comes Poole into the set. Beautiful job. Now he is on port. Of course, his competitor behind is on starboard, and Poole's just going to sail a little extra distance to keep clear of the starboard tacker. And with his bow pointing closer to this finish line down here, that confirms what you're seeing, Marilyn, with a bit of a right-hand shift coming down the run. And that just helps the lead boat even more and hurts the Danish team.
Sure looks that way right now.
Klar om 3, 2, 1. Melder her.
So now we've got to get rid of the penalty. That's next on the list if you're a Chris Poole fan. Halfway, just past the halfway mark on the run. Next stop is the finish line for race number 2 of the finals. Bork is set behind.
Yeah, I'll tell you, Tucker, every time I look at these guys, the difference between these two teams, to me, it's just experience. You know, whenever I see Poole's boat, it looks like they have it on the right angle. They have the right teamwork going, and the Bork team just isn't quite as confident looking to me. So, you know, I think given another year or two on the circuit, those guys will be tough. But right this moment, it probably feels like nothing's going their way.
Ed, I'll let you in on a little entertainment that we had a couple days ago. The only mistake Chris Poole has made the entire week, he forgot Jochen Aschenbrenner, his tactician, at the dock 2 days ago. Left him at the dock. Didn't know it. That I've never seen.
And the big question is, was that unintentional?
I mean, not if you're Jochen. He was pretty surprised, but he's texting the boys, guys, you left me. That was very funny in the press conference. Someone had to take a powerboat and bring him out. But good news is Jochen Aschenbrenner is on board for the finals, so he made the cut. And as you say, they haven't made any mistakes at all in this race since the beginning when they got that one penalty. So now it's time to shed the penalty. They've got to drop the spinnaker down below the gooseneck, the connection of the boom and the mast there at the mainsail. And then spin around, likely the pin here, the left-hand end of the finish line, and cross it without fouling and still staying ahead of their opponent. So that's the plan, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's the plan for Chris Poole's team, and they're going to be having enough lead to be able to do it.
And of course, if they do, it'll be 2-0 over the Danes. Poole looking for his first victory in the Con Cup. And of course, the Danes looking to even the score. Now, here we go. Jib going up.
You and the hatch. 2. Oh, flaps is going in the hatch.
And the kite coming down. One length to the line. Yep, Big Bork is jibed as well.
Watch the kite. Watch the kite.
Okay, they're not going to go around the pin. They're just going to do it right here. About a third of a length above the line. Very slow to my eye, that turn. Okay, he's got a little distance. Here it comes. Back to jib. Dump the main. Put the weight to windward. Everything looks pretty cool. Jib comes out, and the bow just points down towards the line. It is over. Chris Poole has done it. He's gotten rid of the penalty, and he's won the match. Now it is 2-2 over Jeppe Bork. Another impressive finish for the still undefeated Chris Poole.
First 7-minute sequence. The other pairs are done.
He's already in the next match, and Jeppe hasn't even crossed the line yet.
Well, you can see in that difference in the finish that Ed was exactly right. He had plenty of room to comfortably complete the penalty kill there right at the finish line.
And it was a longer penalty turn, but he just kept his speed, kept his momentum, kept the flow over the rudder. Very relaxed. This is the most relaxed I've ever seen Chris Poole's racing. And ironically, it's in the finals of the biggest match race regatta, open match race regatta in the world. All right, well, let's go down to hear Chris's thoughts on race number 2, our victorious helmsman.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice work. Ready to go?
Yep.
Alive.
Oh. What am I supposed to?
Oh, can you talk us through the race?
Yeah. No, it was a little bit of a tricky race. Light air, kite set on the entry, and then we went to down to the boundary. Sorry about my guys talking. We're debriefing. And then didn't do a good job staying close enough to the boundary, and Jeppe was able to hook us, but we were happy with that to go for position and get some speed. And then we just got off the line, and Joachim called a great first beat, started to stretch away, and the traffic helped get us enough of a gap to do a penalty turn at the finish. And
that's pretty much it. Spot on. The other thing, he had his wheels the whole time, upwind and downwind. So now we're going to go downwind with Jeppe Bork, who's up against the ropes now in this Con Cup.
Yeah, that was another tough one, to be honest. We're still a little bit slow on speed. Managed to get that penalty on hitting the start. It was really good. Pushed him over the line as well, so it should be a pretty good start. But we just can't keep up at the moment. Huge kudos to him and his speed team because they're just super, super fast. We're just gonna try a few different things here to match the speed, but yeah, currently it's a speed game and he's just a tiny inch faster than us, and that's what's giving him the difference at the moment. Yeah.
I really like the Bork interviews. You know, he just gives it all, puts his emotion on his sleeve. And what's interesting, I thought, in that interview, yes, we saw Chris Poole's speed, but when Jeppe Bork beat Ian Williams yesterday, Williams admitted that the Danish team had a speed edge on Ian Williams the whole time. Well, now they can't seem to get a speed edge on Chris Poole, who's even faster. It's as if he's sailing at another level.
Well, I think if we look back to the round robins, we would have all said that Ian Williams looked really fast in a lot of his matches. And so maybe just goes to the credit of these top 4 teams and how fast everyone is.
Well, and Ed, as you know, at this level, particularly at the finals of this regatta, you've got to have your speed, upwind and downwind. You've got to have your crew work perfect. You've got to have your tactics down, your strategy, your pre-starts. I mean, it's all got to come together, and it is for Chris Poole.
Yeah, it is. And, you know, for me, when I'm looking out there, I'm also thinking if this is the first light air day they've had in 2 or 3 days, it's a different style. You have to sail the boat differently. You have to set up your position against the other guy in a different way. And it just feels like Poole and his guys understand that just that little bit better at this point in the event.
Yep. Very good point. And
hey, Tucker, just to bring this up, but I'm going to have to leave you guys. I'm sorry, I didn't plan enough time to be able to stay to the final all the way through. But
no
I do really appreciate being included in your group today, and it's great to talk to you and great to watch the racing.
Ed, it has been spectacular to have you with us for these first 2 races of the Congressional Cup. We wish you could stay with us, but we're very lucky that we had you. We've learned quite a lot. My young co-commentator here, Robbie McCutcheon, is running a room in his notebook with all the things that he's learned from listening to you, myself as well. So on behalf of everyone out here in Long Beach, thank you very much, Ed Baird, for joining us. Guys, give him a round of applause. Ed Baird, great to have you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. I will hopefully see you soon, and good luck with the rest of the event. Take care.
All right, thank you, Ed. That was awesome to have him, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it's great. All the best to Ed, and thank you very much for coming on.
Okay, yeah, I've just received word that we might be able to get a replay of that last match there, the crucial moment. So let's see if we can tee it up. That would be great. Robbie, you can talk us through it. Stand by.
He's coming down, he's playing away!
3 just lured there on the pre-start. Just too close and even some contact on that number. So, yeah, Jeppe just doing a fantastic job of pushing down the line and getting more speed on Chris Poole.
And here's shedding the penalty.
That's right, yeah, so he got the kite down there, and they go through the attack, and it's just a return down to below 90 degrees to the true wind angle to clear the penalty. And he'd done it very close to the finish line, so easy enough from there on out.
And did you think when he cleared the penalty that he was turning through a very slow arc there?
Yeah, he was. He was probably half a boat length off the finish line. So usually when you do it over the pin, then you do a sharper turn because you know you don't have to build speed out of it. That's why you saw there Chris Poole doing a wider turn. Just make sure he has that speed for that bow down and sail an extra length before he gets to the finish line.
And so it's that instead of going all the way down to the pin, which as you say was another length or even more probably, for him to sail. Extra distance, extra time with the opponent coming from behind. So, hey, I'm not going to question anything Chris Poole does in this regatta at this stage. And we've got less than 30 seconds to go for the 2-minute warning to the next pre-start. The next match in the finals of this Congressional Cup now, Jeppe Bork. He's up against it. This is do or die. This is must win. It's first to 3 points, and he has 0. His opponent has 2. If you're Jeppe Bork, how tall of an order is that? How nervous would you be?
I'd be pretty nervous. I'm nervous for him right now. But I think we saw how well he performed under pressure in the last race, and so I'm really looking forward to more.
I think we're all looking forward to more. And we're going to see if Bork can even the score, or at least stay alive in the regatta, at least win this race. But, Robbie, if you're Chris Poole, you laying off the gas at all right now, or it's just business as usual, keep doing what's working?
Yeah, exactly. He's got the recipe at the moment, so continue what he's doing, and he's gonna make sure to do the same thing with the same result.
All right, Marilyn, once again, our local strategist looking up the breeze. You heard Ed Baird talking about, when the breeze builds here in Long Beach, starts in the left and then kind of shifts over to the right. It's way late in the day, and we certainly don't have the big honking sea breeze that we're used to. So we're back into this streaky condition. What do you like upwind? Left, right, middle?
Right now, I like the middle, which maybe isn't a surprise. But I do notice the race committee's reset just a little bit, but not completely. A lot of the marks are in the same position, but they've given themselves more options. They see this potentially being interesting as well.
All right, and then back to our match racing expert here. Lead, push. With breeze, we've seen that the Catalinas can be maneuverable and you can push from behind, but certainly in the light you want to lead. It's a little bit of a crossover right now, so what would you do in the pre-start?
Yeah, I still think boats, if they had the choice, they'd want the lead because it is still quite easy to kill in this lighter breeze. You can expect both boats trying to push for that and make sure they can get the lead on their opponent.
All right, folks. This is it. If you're an American fan, if you're a Chris Poole Riptide Racing Team fan, it's all going to come down to this race. However, if you're a Danish fan, and I know there are plenty here, for Jeppe Bork, you've got to do something different. You've got to really pull a rabbit out of your hat here. You have got to not only win the next 3 races, if you want to take the Con Cup, you've got to beat the man that has yet to be defeated in any match all week long by any of the other competitors, including him. No big deal, right?
Oh, yeah, no big deal at all. No pressure, as Mary just said, no pressure. But I think we're going to look for Jeppe Bork to remain cool and confident and hopefully give us a stunner.
Yep. And give him credit. He's in the finals of the Congressional Cup for his first time up against an undefeated helmsman who as well is in it for the first time. So at this level, you got to be able to bring it. Let's see if he can. Here we go, folks. It's going to be Chris Poole on starboard above the signal boat at the 4-minute gun, which is coming up any second now. There it is.
Second halfway. Green.
Green, okay, so a bit of a right-hand shift on the track. Green windward mark, and Bork entering from the left, just out of screen. Here we go, bow to bow, into race number 3. Must win for Jeppe Bork.
Holding below.
Yeah, he's got to win 3 there.
Up below. Up aiming. Holding aiming. Down below. Up, blackout.
Very noticeable response there from Bork.
Yeah, that's right. They're coming into the dial-up here. Fantastic job from Chris Poole just to get that separation, and Jeppe doing an all right job, just staying bow even at the moment.
Maryland, as their head to win, they look a little bit left to me.
To me as well, absolutely. I wonder if the race committee's hearing reports from further up the course than what we're seeing right down here at the starting line.
Both boats splitting out there with Chris Poole backing onto port, and Jeppe happy to build on starboard and potentially attack back.
So Poole looking to gain distance from his competitor so he can go back at him on starboard. Meanwhile, Jeppe's got to slam the door, get back onto port, and close that gauge and build pace, which is a tall order because he's slow. Now he's on port. Now he has to avoid, and here comes Poole.
Yeah, both boats coming together for what looks to be now a dial down. So Jeppe can't get his bow across and
Down. Yankee.
Okay, Chris Poole was flagged. What will the umpires decide? No penalty. Bork's in trouble here. He's down in what we call coffin corner, all the way to the lower left part of the starting line. In fact, he's over the line at the pin with none other than Chris Poole pushing him from behind. Not exactly where you want to be at this point in the pre-start. Jeppe, he's going to go for attack.
Yeah, fantastic job by Chris, just making sure that he keeps control with the starboard advantage. 2 minutes to go, and they're over the line, so great job and advantage, Chris Poole.
Now, Jeppe's been able to tack on to port. Poole let him, and now Poole will set up to leeward of him, but still not that great for the Danes because Poole is now a lured boat, and he's still pushing the Danes above the starting line. Minute 45 to go. I mean, it's like there have been 9 other match racers and then Chris Poole in this regatta, to give him credit so far. And Bork is in trouble, and he knows it.
Yeah, with just under a minute 30 to the start, they're at least 45 seconds above the line right now, I guess.
It's amazing how calm Chris Poole's communication is. Spinnaker's going up, coming up on 1 minute. Both boats 6 lengths above the line. Jeppe Bork in a bit of trouble. There's the 1 minute signal. And the kite fills first for none other than Chris Poole, of course. Bit of trouble there for Bork. Bork's spinnaker's wrapped all over his headstay. It's not flying. It's luffing. Bork is slow. Bork is on port. Bork is above the line.
2-1.
And you heard Chris Poole and his tactician decide we're going to let him go. Just going to get back to the line on starboard and get a really strong start out of this. And Bork is still in trouble. Now he's jibed to stay away from Chris Poole. The spinnaker's still wrapped around the headstay. Less than 20 seconds to go. Bork still over the line, so is Chris Poole. Chris is going in for more. He's going for the juggler. He's going for the hook, going for the attack. That's the gun. Both boats over. Jibs are up.
I'm going to clear ourselves so we're right.
Oh, this is going to be entertaining. Now Bork is going around the pin. Chris Poole has cleared himself. The spinnaker coming down. Now he's just going to wind up. Oh, no, is he not? He's going to go. Oh, he's going to go for Bork. This is great. Forget the start. Forget the race. When you got your man down, put your foot on his jugular and kick him again. Oh, my gosh. Chris Poole pushing Jeppe Bork into the spectator fleet there. And now Chris, after pushing him away from the start, decides he's finally going to go for the line. He's going to be giving him gas, Jeppe Bork gas, bad air.
2, main on, 2, 1, and press.
All right, I listen. At this point, my hat is completely off for Chris Poole. To have the confidence to skip the start and just go at him one more time. And there's the result as Jeppe Bork crosses the line now, slower and about 3/4 of a length behind and down speed tacking. Chris Poole goes with him.
We've just seen so much confidence from Chris, both in the last 2 races, this one, throughout the entire regatta, really.
Yep.
Winding up. Matching his tack here, Mel.
I mean, I'll bet his heart rate hasn't even changed. Mine has, just watching it. This is the calmest I've ever seen him, and yet the best I've ever seen him as well. He's also, mind you, currently ranked #1 World Sailing Rankings. Currently 2 up over Jeppe Bork. Currently leading this 3rd race in a first to win 3 finals. Extending a little bit, leaving his competitor.
Yeah, it looks like he's wanting to extend on that port tack, and it looks like he's extending into more pressure. So that'll be the tactician just making sure that they're staying on that right-hand side of his opponent.
And getting into a bit more breeze where they are.
Absolutely. If you look over at Jeppe Bork, you can see that he's both a bit down speed and a bit lower down in terms of the ladder rungs here. So Chris just masterful in taking advantage while he can.
It's very silent on the Danish team.
Okay. Lad os bare lige holde den tæt her, drenge, rundt om topmærket.
Now, I will say that the Danes are getting in their bow into a little bit of left-hand breeze all the way over there. This is the farthest left anyone has sailed on this match racing race course this week, and they're continuing to go that way. Now, Poole's staying with him. But there you can see the Danes have their bow punched to the left-hand side. We get some lefty out of this, the game could change.
It does seem a little bit left on the course right now, too. Just looking at some of the spectator boats, looking at the direction we've got both of these boats pointed right now, there certainly is something in it.
Jeppe Bork still going. You heard Chris Poole say we're overstood for ley line, port ley line for the windward mark, way off in the distance to the right. And we're going on a cruise of Long Beach Harbor, led by Jeppe Bork. And Chris is going to wait. He's just going to wait him out until he tacks and finally reaches towards the top mark, and that's where Chris will plant one right on top of him, right?
Yeah, that's right. So Chris knows that port tack is now the long tack to the top mark, so he'll just protect it and tack on Jeppe's bow.
That's interesting. He's just going to let Jeppe go. He's seen enough of this.
They must be on ley line, and Chris is just happy to carry the game on.
A little later on that press, sorry.
And they're going back to the green mark. We had that change in the pre-start, so by my eye, they may be a hair overstood.
Half length above, copy.
You can see a slightly higher angle from Jeppe Bork on the bottom shot there on the left of the screen. Meanwhile, Chris Poole is just rumbling towards mark number 1 in the lead.
Yep, I'm with you.
You think about the caliber of the competitors this week. And Chris Poole has beaten every single one of them over and over. It's quiet on board.
Seems like both boats are in the best pressure on the race course right now, though, so maybe that's what Jeppe saw and wanting to go all the way over there.
It's definitely left-hand pressure. It now begs the question, are we going to see some early jibes to get onto starboard after the set?
Yeah, potentially. Chris Poole's going to round first, obviously, and he'll see how the set was and have a look at the breeze when they're round. But you can expect with that pressure going inside that you can expect an early jibe.
Early jibe.
Early jibe, probably.
There you go.
Yeah.
Think he can hear us?
You're good at this, Tucker.
I like the left turn, but
You should be a commentator.
Yeah, well,
your call, Joachim.
I wouldn't want to be a sailor if I was racing against Chris this week, I can tell you.
That's good. That's good.
So after the jibe, they're going to be pointing pretty close
I'm a half length above it.
to the leeward gates,
Little pressure there, lifting us.
lifting some more lefty, Marilyn.
Nice.
Big time lefty.
It just keeps coming right now, doesn't it?
Yeah, this is weird. Late in the day, the sea breeze never materialized. We never got those big right-hand builds. They would tease us and then go back left.
And a lot of times in Long Beach, when it's sort of a dying breeze or not a building breeze, we can see more left in it. And I think that's exactly what we're seeing right now.
Chris Poole likes what he's seeing right now.
And 2, 1, hoist.
Into the hoist, mark number 1, race number 3. Chris Poole eyeing his first Congressional Cup. 3 more legs to go and no jibe yet. Meanwhile, Jeppe Bork trails by
How's angle?
35 seconds, I'm guessing. That's a lot. That's an eternity.
It was left phase right at the end there, Joachim, so it's fine.
I imagine on both boats right now it feels like an eternity. The pressure is still on.
And when do you jibe if you're Chris Poole? What do you think?
Yeah, well, I think he went a wee bit too far, in my opinion. His angle back to these marks will be much lower than the angle he was just on. And generally speaking, you always want to sail the long jibe first. So, in my opinion, he went a wee bit too far, but has jibed and is now on starboard.
One above VMG, copy. Now how's angle?
Not quite laying the bottom marks. Chris Poole.
Working down, just 1.
It's probably another jibe in it. But with this much of a left-hand angle, it really shuts down the options, doesn't it, for the trailing boat, too?
Yeah, with about 31 seconds at the weather mark, difference between the two boats, and this big shift on the course, there's not a ton of passing lanes, right?
Yeah, that's not what you want to have happen if you're in Bork's situation. Bork said yesterday when he had to outsail Ian Williams that he had studied all the video of Williams' pre-starts, and I think it's time to go back and start studying all Chris Poole's at this point.
It'll be a foot stretch. Grab the foot. Yep.
Foot stretch.
No, it's going to be a foot stretch.
They're talking about the drop. What's that?
They're talking about the kite, the foot of the kite there, so they're just going to have to stretch it out first, but when they drop it.
So that would indicate that they're going to be rounding the right-hand gate and doing a leeward drop.
Yeah, that's right. So there'll be one and in onto the right-hand gate as we look at upwind. So it will turn into a leeward drop, correct?
And here we go. Jeppe Borka's jibe, the Stella Artois spinnaker, the Farmers and Merchants spinnaker jibes on Poole's boat.
Happy with skill attack. Charlie yellow, I've got it.
Okay, back to the yellow mark, as indicated by this left-hand shift.
Yeah, the leftmost option that the race committee has put in the water for themselves right now, so I can see based on what we've just seen in this leg why they want to take advantage of that.
Jakob Aschenbrenner, the tactician, extra set of hands up on the bow to do that reaching leeward drop. Not very easy, but beautifully done by Chris Poole and crew as they take the right-hand mark and head to the right. Side note, new pressure to my eye looks to be filling in on the top left or left of where Chris Poole is, and that's where Jeppe Bork is headed. So when do you think we'll see Chris Poole tacking?
Yeah, I think Chris Poole, you can expect him to tack as soon as Jeppe's rounded, and there he goes there.
So now it is again a race to the left. Chris Poole in the lead and above his opponent. Bit of trouble on the Hired there for Bork's team, and he doesn't want that. At least he's got air clear. Just got it sorted out now and getting up to speed. 4 lengths past the leeward gate as Chris Poole is bow down and rumbling on starboard as well.
3, 2, 1, kom her. Wow.
Loose cover on port.
Is that a slight gain to Bork?
I believe it is, yeah. Heading out to that left-hand side, as you mentioned, that's where the new pressure is. So
just got his bow into it first. Yeah, Bork is not rolling over. We're just past the halfway mark. Plenty more sailing to go if he wants to stay in this Congressional Cup.
Now you're with me for these waves.
Now it's Poole's turn to get his bow into some better velocity first, while Bork, at this point, he's not in the most amount of pressure on the track, but he wants the leverage. This is a Hail Mary pass right now. He is throwing it all to the left-hand side and hoping that he gets a big windup.
At least based on the breeze we're seeing down here at the pier, I'm not sure he's getting it, but we'll see what happens off the course.
No, and he's finally tacked now. Biggest split we've seen in this race.
Your boat, Jakob? Mal, you're with me?
Chris
Knocking as we get out here, it seems like.
telling us that he's getting knocked, so more lefty as he heads that way. And he's asking Jakob Aschenbrenner, do you want to go to ley line? It's your boat, meaning it's your call, man. I like the trust he has in
talk to me, Mel.
his tactician.
Knocking as we go. Yeah, I think we're there.
He looks left to see where his competitor is. He looks right to see where the mark is. And now Jakob calls for the tack. Poole responds. I don't know why, it just feels tense.
We're going to give us a little fright there. Yeah, you missed that at the bottom. You're too busy dropping. Copy?
And no one is making a sound on the pier. This is a group that's been partying all week, right? And all of a sudden, shh. And on board the Danish team. This is always a demoralizing moment in the race. There comes a moment in every race, and of course you never give up, but there comes a moment where your grasp on the lead starts to just slip further and further away, and it becomes more of a reality. Now he set himself up to the right, and on starboard, that's sort of a last-ditch effort. Everybody knows that the lead boat just goes above and avoids. I don't think I've ever seen that move actually work, but I mean, you got to try anything at this point.
Absolutely. And I do think he's closed the gap a little bit between that last leeward leg and this upwind, but I don't know if it's enough.
There we go. I like that. Positive.
Direct.
Come on, Jeppe. Attacking at the mark now. It was 31 seconds at the bottom of the track. Come on, guys, get the spinnaker up. They're late.
It sounds like it's still 30 seconds.
Still 30 seconds. Okay, so nothing has changed. Pool is already jibed.
As we've talked about, that tack set is so hard. I think that's a little bit of that delay we saw right now.
I mean, we've got less than 3 minutes left in this Congressional Cup.
Yeah, burning it down too. Wait, windward.
Less than 3 minutes left, and history will be made.
Sorry, a little too much. Pretty good there. He jobs, you want to match?
The awards presentation at the Long Beach Yacht Club on the pool deck tonight.
I know,
It's going to be some celebrating.
Look at Chris's shoulders right now, though. I don't think he's ready to celebrate yet.
Oh, no. This is, in fact, they had the first little marital tiff I've heard on the whole race course. They said, no, okay, fine, whatever you want to do. It's almost like, the tension's starting to get the better of them because the reality of the situation that they are almost in might be, and you can't certainly don't want to celebrate too early. Here comes Jeppe Bork. I think he's gained a bit because the breeze has started to fill in from where the trailing boat is behind. You just got a jibe here, a nice clean jibe. Keep your air clear of the trailing boat. About a minute and a half left in this race. Chris Poole looking over his shoulder. Positioning himself between the finish and his opponent. Maybe certainly one more jibe in it. Yes, Jeppe Bork is reeling Chris Poole in from behind with new breeze. But is it too little too late? We got less than a minute left, folks. And we've got Chris Poole headed for home. He sailed this week with Ryan Wilmot, Luke Payne, Mal Parker, Matt Cornwell, and Jakob Aschenbrenner, who didn't get left on the dock this morning for the all-important finals of the Congressional Cup. And Chris Poole, undefeated in round robin 1, undefeated in round robin 2, undefeated in the semifinals. And now as he sets up for the final turn to the finish ahead of Jeppe Bork, Chris Poole and Riptide Racing are undefeated in the finals of the 58th Congressional Cup. Ladies and gentlemen,
Not there yet, boys.
winning his first Congressional Cup as he's poised to cross the line. Give it up for Chris Poole and Riptide Racing.
Perfect regatta.
Wow.
Perfect regatta. Fucking burning. Perfect regatta.
Big fella, hey?
Fucking perfect, dude. Fucking perfect. Fucking perfect, Flappy.
I mean, that's the perfect word for it. This week for Chris Poole and his crew have been perfect. Wow, look at him celebrate.
Just outstanding from Chris Poole and his team. That is just, I'm mind blown. Honestly, that's, he's hit it there.
Perfection.
Absolutely perfect.
Step up, guys.
Well, you could tell last year when he walked away with third, he wasn't happy with it. You know, I think they knew they'd sailed well, but not well enough, and here they came to show what they really can do.
I'm really impressed with these guys all week. And look at Chris holding his head. It's just setting in now. That's so cool. Now, before we, I love it. I'm really proud of him too. I've watched his sailing for so long. He's really deserved this.
Thank you. I got nothing. These guys, all these guys.
That's awesome. We're going to come back to Chris Poole, and we're going to interview him. But first, we go to the second place finisher in this Congressional Cup, Denmark's Jeppe Borch.
Well, yeah, huge congrats to Chris and his team. I know he's been wanting this for so long, and he's worked really hard. They were clearly way better than us today. They sailed really, really well, and we didn't show up for the game. Sorry about we couldn't give the spectators what they came for, but yeah, they were just very, very good and totally deserve it. So well done to them. We're probably gonna need a few beers after this. Yeah, they did super well.
What a gentleman.
We will. I'm going to do the interview.
And what else is there to say, you know? Well done to Jeppe Borch, second in the 58th Annual Congressional Cup here in Long Beach. And now, let's go down to the water. On board with your winner, Chris Poole.
Not much else to say. I just won my first Con Cup, and the guys with me who did a phenomenal job all week. We just went 24-0, undefeated to win the Con Cup for my first time. It feels amazing. I couldn't have done it without these guys. Joachim Aschenbrenner, Bernardo Sfridas, Mal Parker, Luke Payne, and Matt Cornwell. These guys have been with me for the last few years. Bernardo was the last fill-in, and they crushed it all week. I got nothing else to say. Mom, thanks for getting me into sailing. This is an amazing feeling, and it's years of hard work paying off.
How are you guys going to celebrate?
We're going to have a good party. Thank you, guys. We're going to have a few rum pineapples with our coach, Dougie Pye, and enjoy the festivities at Long Beach Yacht Club. And that's, no, I don't know what else to say. I mean, we just sailed a perfect event. It's incredible. It's been something I've wanted to do, and we've come close in the past and got it this time. Am I done?
That's awesome. Yes, he is done. And he has done it, as he pointed out, a perfect regatta, 24 wins and 0 losses. That is so impressive. He's setting himself up for the victory lap along the Belmont Pier. The fans are still here partying, cheering. First, here comes Jeppe Borch, your runner-up. Give him a big cheer, folks. Jeppe Borch. Well sailed, good fight to make it this far. Second place finisher in the 58th Congressional Cup. As they head for home, the traditional parade of sail. All the boats are still out here, so the teams from this morning will be getting back on their Catalina 37s. And you're going to see a parade back into Long Beach Yacht. Do you think there's going to be a party at Long Beach Yacht Club tonight?
I have a good feeling that there will be, Tucker.
Why are you all looking at me like I'm crazy?
Yeah, I expect a big one tonight.
Big, huge.
I guess we at least ought to go over and find out, right?
Well, I think so, yes. And there's going to be an awards ceremony at the club and the pool. Now, this is cool. I've never seen this before, ever. All of the umpires flying all of their flags, doing a salute to the winner, Chris Poole. Look at them there in the right-hand side of the screen. That is so cool. I've never seen that done. That's a great gesture.
Well, and it's an umpire team who's seen a lot of match racing and seen a lot of Congressional Cups, and so, you know, in Picker just before it, and so they've obviously been impressed by the performance they've seen from Chris Poole and his team.
That's great. And I know Kirk Brown is retiring as an international umpire, so I think that might be part of what this parade is for as well. We thank him for joining us in the commentary booth this week. And Chris Poole was just, did he take a guest on board? He's getting ready to do his flyby. Look at the umpires. There they go, folks, right in front of the pier. Give them a round. Thank you, umpires. Certainly couldn't do it without them. And blowing the whistles, too. That's great. Even Chris likes that. And now, there's one last flyby here at the Belmont Pier. Everybody is on their feet to see it. And Chris Poole has been waiting for this moment his entire sailing career, and he has done it. The biggest annual match racing regatta in the world, and the Crimson Blazer is his. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Chris Poole and Riptide Racing! Isn't that great? And they are saluting the crowd, continuing to cheer, waving to the fans. Here comes the champagne moment. Hey! Well done, Chris Poole. Well done, man. Incredible. Fantastic. A perfect sweep. Great job, guys. Another cheer on this end of the... Whoa! Who just got thrown in?
Chris got thrown in.
I think it was Jakob. Was that Chris that got thrown in? Oh, yeah, it was. I love it.
He got totally tricked into it.
Oh, well. Why not? Victory swim. What a great regatta it's been. And Mary, cheers. Thanks very much for keeping us honest here in the booth. And our entire production crew, all the members of the Long Beach Yacht Club that put this regatta on year after year. Robbie McCutcheon up from New Zealand, fresh from the Ficker Cup. Great to have you in the commentary booth. You're welcome back anytime. Marilyn Cassidy, you've been right in everything that's come out of your mouth. Thank you for keeping us on our toes this week. And thanks to all of you for watching the live coverage of the Congressional Cup live here in Long Beach, California on the Belmont Pier, online and YouTube and Facebook and the Congressional Cup website, congressionalcup.com. Folks, I'm Tucker Thompson. It has been an amazing week. Congratulations to Chris Poole and his crew. They're going to head back to the Yacht Club for the celebration tonight and the awards presentation where he will don the famed Crimson Blazer. It's been a fantastic week. Thanks to everybody for watching. Thank you, Long Beach Yacht Club. And we'll see you again next year for the 59th Congressional Cup here in Long Beach, California.
Fucking perfect. Perfect regatta. Perfect regatta. Yeah!
Whoa! Who just got thrown in?
The Congressional Cup is the longest-running annual match racing event in the world, and this year marks the 58th edition of this prestigious event. The competition is a founding regatta on the World Match Racing Tour. It's a World Sailing Grade 1 match race, and it's hosted each year by the Long Beach Yacht Club in beautiful Southern California. With America's Cup, Olympic, and World Champions having won the coveted cup and the famous Crimson Blazer that comes with it. Who will take the title this year and add their name to the famed trophy in 2023?